There we go. Hey, Craig. What is up tonight? I had a late nap, that's what happened. Just burning it off. And refueling it with some coffee. Hey, Marie. If you're here for a few, click that shit. It's there. Right there. Well, don't click on that, because that won't do you any good. Now what? Long day, I hear that. Hey, Neville. Merry Christmas to you. It's not here, not quite here yet, but it'll get here. It's bound to. I gotta mute you guys for a second. I am gonna make some noise here. Okay. Hey, David. Jennifer, good to see you. Half over. Well, happy 420 to you. Smoke them if you got them. Speaking of such, you know what's a wild thought? When it hits midnight here, someone else is getting midnight the next day. Time zones are nuts. Well, Justin doesn't have to smoke it. You can just pass that shit to me. I'll take care of it. Hey, John. He pukes on his toes after 2 hits. Yeah, that's true, Jennifer. More for us. Lots of room at my circle table, I tell you what. Jennifer doesn't need to go all the way over there. She can just come up to Canada. Actually, to tell you the truth, the gray market is much better than the, what is it? Wouldn't be green market, that'd be too ironic. Blue market? No card needed here, Jennifer. All I ask is you take your shoes off at the door. I am printing a Desert Eagle. And for everybody at K Division who was directed to this video, it is a fake, inoperable replica Desert Eagle. But it's going to turn out to be scale size. I will order pizza or Chinese food. If you haven't had Chinese food in Canada, you gotta smoke a joint and have some Chinese food. I tell you, that's an empirical experience. That's pretty cool. Actually, I haven't had to put this thing together. It was already together when I bought it. You muck with the entire stand. Whoops. Yeah, there. Come on. There we go. That's supposed to be the grip and trigger. And that's actually a new addition to the 3D printer, is that glass plate. That is by far the best upgrade I have made to it. $92 pieces, is that all? No, it's if you've never done it before, it's a real steep learning curve. If your mind isn't already into that space, but once you get everything dialed in and it works, it is a very rewarding hobby. Like this piece that's on there, it's got another 40 hours to go. I've actually got this 3D printer set up nice enough where I can trust it to run for 3 days at a time. Like my the Space Needle took 123 hours total. Some of you were here for that. Or not for construction, you were here for the paint and the ribbon cutting and the free joints at the door. Fine. I'm fine until I grab the pizza. And once you eat, you kill your stone and then go to bed. Oh, my owner wants in. Hold on. I'll be right back. He's really pounding on the door too. That's funny. Yepper. You can get high and then drink, but you cannot get drunk and then smoke. It's kind of weird it works out that way, but that's the rule. Hey John, Merry Christmas to you. And the key is, if you're going to have a big meal, eat before you smoke. The high sets in smoother, more gentle, and stronger. John, check this out. You'll know exactly what this is. Not operational, of course. Because why not? Everyone needs a Desert Eagle. I almost put my eBay photos in my 3D printer file. Paste. That would have come out interesting. Woody. Wave to your fans, you rascal. He'll probably just lift up his tail at you. Isn't that funny how dogs and cats lick their ass whenever company comes over? And it seems the more religious the company is, the more into it the animal is. Hi. Just gives me a skull. Uh-oh. His name's Buddy. And it took about 4 months? 4 months to come up with that name. I'd come home from work and he'd greet me at the door and I'd say, "Hey buddy." So I figured I might as well call him Buddy. Oh. Alright. I'll just shut up. Oh, the cat. Right on. Phew. Glad I was on the page I thought I was on. I just have the one. I think even if I got a Bengal tiger as a second pet, he would kill it. I can't get a second animal. If friends can't bring their pets over to visit, and he wants to tear them apart, there we go. Now it's out. That's busy. At least with 5 cats, you just have to make sure the dishes are full and the litter box is empty. That's it. They take care of themselves. Then they interrupt important work once in a while whenever they want some snuggle time. That's why I like cats, because they're incredibly independent. You don't have to take them out for walks. Wipe their paws off when they come in. Actually, it's funny when Buddy gets caught out in the rain. He'll stand there and let me dry him off with paper towel. It's funny. One dog, one husband, 2 daughters, 1 grandbaby, 1 grandbaby on the way. You are chasing after shit all day, aren't you? Chihuahuas. No. I like smart dogs, but I'm not a small dog person. Merry Christmas to you, Neville. Thanks for hanging out. Merry Christmas. Hey, BCP. Good to see you, buddy. Hey, Destiny. That sounds exciting. Yeah, they had a big dump of snow in Calgary last 18 hours. It was about the last 18 hours. Had 2 feet of snow right at the base of the Rocky Mountains. And we're sitting at, oh, I don't know, I think we got to 38 or 40 Fahrenheit, right in there somewhere. It's a heat wave. I have to take the tarp off the golf cart, go play around. Eee. Is it one of the older ones with the round tin roof? The trick back in the day was to put tires on your roof. And that would take the sound of the rain down. That comes from way back in the day of the dome trailers, dome roof trailers. And I am doing some 3D printing. I'm making myself a model Desert Eagle. Here's the working on the trigger and the grip right now. And its actual size, it's 1:1 scale. And there's that so far. That's just an intimidating sight, isn't it? Like, you don't even have to pull a trigger on something like this. You just have to make your enemy see that, and he'll do it you ask. You don't even have to ask twice. That's just my luck. The bastard will pull out a real gun. I sure will. Like I said, like 40 hours to go. I'm not running the printer off my big computer anymore because it was giving me grief. Apparently this computer doesn't like to run more than a day. And can't see it. 40 hours. Up close to the Space Needle. As up. Oh, I guess I can get my fat ass out of the way. Look at that. And don't mind the paint job at the cantilevers there. That was a ball ache to paint in between there, I tell you. Right in there. Trying to get paint on a paintbrush and stick it in there. No, wasn't fun. I even got the red light at the top of the antenna. That one's about 3 feet tall. I think it's 35 inches tall. JG Maker. I've never heard of it. But there are lots out there, literally. It'd be very easy for somebody to stump somebody with a name. Is that a printer you're looking at getting? Huh. Trying to post the link in the chat. I almost posted my my last eBay item condition list. Pre-owned, great condition. And I almost did it again. What is going on? Space Needle is cool as shit. Absolutely. And they say the Space Needle is the safest place in Seattle during an earthquake, because the center of gravity of the Space Needle is 5 feet above ground level, so they say. Really used for 150 bucks. Hmm. $230, $250. Okay. I can buy one of those printers off Amazon for 300 Canadian. And it has 4-star reviews. Great thing about Canada, a lot of your Amazon reviews are French. %57 gave it a 5-star rating. One thing I'd be wary of is why it is barely used. Like, did he not have enough time to tinker with it? Or could he not figure it out and he just got upset and he's had enough. So if it's the second one, it's going to be hit or miss whether or not you get into a good machine, because they may have broke it trying to fix it. I did that to this guy. I even have a trophy here somewhere. Right here. That's a little piece that goes inside the barrel. It sticks out about that far. Because that little piece broke off in the barrel, I had to completely redo the hot end. Like the entire hot part, basically. So he just didn't get into it like he thought he would. Yeah. See, I'm really liking those Ender 3 Pros. If you can get them down to $100, yeah. If you can squeeze a little juice out of that price, get them down to $100. Does it come with any filament? Rolls. So I'm going to take that as a yes then. But that's always a bonus. Like if you got filament, then it's that much closer to a turnkey unit. So yeah, if you can get them down to $100. I mean, did you look up that printer on Amazon? For me, it's $300 to buy that printer, so it'd be $240 US or so. Oh, I started YouTubing it. Because I just looked the reviews on it on Amazon, and more than half of the people who bothered leaving a review liked it.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah?
Okay.
What's up?
Not much. I'm sitting at the house, so it's kind of dark. The kids are all asleep. They decided they wanted to sleep by the Christmas tree, so it's like, okay.
Cool. Did you
How
let
are
them
you
open one present at midnight?
We let them open one earlier, a piece.
Yeah, we used to be able to, if we were able to stay up, we could open one present at midnight, then we had to go to bed right away.
That's
And
cool.
6 a.m. was the absolute earliest that I've ever been able to open my presents.
Really?
That was because my younger brother decided to try and cook breakfast, and he almost burnt the house down. And that got the parents up in a hurry, I tell you.
Marie said I forgot to dye my beard. No, that's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna go gray yet. I got enough of that upstairs.
Just use some of that frost spray you get at the dollar store for your Christmas
Right.
tree.
That was just we hang out in a private chat. Me and Shane, the Rise and Grind picker, and a friend of ours called Eric, or named Eric, and Craig, the Land Shark picker, and just some YouTubers and some people that are just our friends. And we hang out in a couple different private chats. And one night we were hanging out, and I got the bright idea to put the Santa Claus suit on because a friend of mine is a professional Santa Claus, and I told him that I was going to get into the gig too. And I was sitting around, and I came up with the video idea of the night before Christmas, talking about the shipping delays. So I created a little poem and uploaded it to YouTube, and they got like 500-600 views or something on it. It was pretty good, but it was pretty funny. I've been working a lot on my
growing up in that town next door to mine. Actually, is where our school is, and there was probably 1,600 people in that town at the time.
Really?
There's 2,200 now. But anyway, they had a night before the night before dance.
Oh, that's cool.
So it was the night of the 23rd. Like, it was just a community thing, kind of it's more or less a high school thing.
Right. I love Christmas time. It's my favorite time of the year. 16 degrees outside right now. Is it that cold up there in the Great White North?
No, it's warmer here.
Wow, how crazy is that?
It's about 30 here.
Oh man, I'll trade you. And you're right.
Well, just south of me in Calgary, I got 2 feet.
Oh wow,
2 feet of snow.
That would be amazing, man. That would be absolutely amazing. I would love it.
Oh, skiing down there is awesome.
Whenever I used to live in St. Louis, and that's the city with the big arch. I'm not sure how familiar you are with stateside, landmarks, but it's we used to live there, and when I was a kid, man, we would get snow, like snow upon snow, like we'd get a foot of snow, and man, ever since I've been an adult, I could count the good snows on one hand. And I don't know if it's like global warming or just weather climate changes or what, but we haven't got nearly as many good snows as we used to.
Yeah, I've noticed that too.
I
Our
love
last bad our last bad winter was mid 90s. I
right.
think it was either
Yeah.
the 94 95 winter or the 95 96 winter, but we had a 83 Chevette at the time.
Yeah.
The absolute worst car you could have in the winter. And being the fat guy and the heaviest kid, I always had to sit in the back seat because they're rear wheel drive, right?
That's funny. I remember you telling the story about you and your mom, or your mom, or something about uh, not going to school or something like that. And your mom got you guys in that car, and you made it all the way into town to find out that they had canceled school.
Yeah.
I remember that story you told. That was pretty funny.
Well, we have about 5 miles of gravel to run on before we even got to the highway,
Right.
and the last mile, like it was, call it 3 miles south, and then a mile and a half west, and then we're on the highway. But it's that last half a mile west that is tree cover, and then that last half a mile it just opens up to the north, right?
Right.
Well, that drifted in. I'll bet you that drift was about 3 foot deep. When Mom, like, the road was kind of a little mogul road, little ups and downs, and Mom came over a crest of a hill and she saw the drift, the front of the drift, and she hit the brakes. Well, the tires just locked up. So then she goes to the throttle and floors it. She goes, "Hold on!" Oh my god.
Right.
When we launch off that drift, it tore the front spoiler off the front of it, and then we just kind of gently drifted to a stop because we're on the chassis at that point.
Right.
And a guy who was clearing brush in that next quarter beside just happened to be headed into work, firing up his D8 cat.
Well, if that
So,
can't get you out, nothing can.
well, that little Chevette. I wish I would have been able to get a picture of that little Chevette with that great big D8 cat behind it. Yeah, we finally get into Viking at noon. There's no teachers at the school. Mom was pissed.
That's funny. Yeah, that would be. Yeah. Yeah, that would be something.
Yeah, that was good times. I got a new fidget spinner.
Well, that's interesting. Did,
Yeah, it's a chain and a couple of steel sprockets.
oh, that is too cool. Does it work good?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I just kind of work it in my hand like that, eh?
Yeah.
Just keeps the other hand busy. I don't know. It makes work more enjoyable.
Right.
So that other fidget spinner, fidget widget I made on that I 3D printed, that was kind of a pain in the ass to work with. Would have been better if I was able to make it small enough to fit in one hand, but wait a minute, I did print a little one, but it didn't work. And I was mad.
I didn't see Tommy and his wife are in here. I hope you guys are having a Merry Christmas. Or gonna have a Merry Christmas. I wasn't even paying attention to the chat. I went there and was harassing my wife, and then I was about to fall asleep, and she says, "You get up now." Like it's like 12:30. She goes, "You got to get up. You'll fall asleep, and then you'll just take a nap because I'm a night owl." Oh man, they
If
would
you're still here, if you're still here, Tommy, one thing you could do to make it, to see if that printer would be a good fit for you, is one thing that would concern me is how easy it is to get parts.
Do they break easy?
So just, well, I can't use any universal parts on my machine. I have to order it from Netherlands, and
Oh boy.
it's $75 shipping minimum.
Ooh.
So if I needed one of those, that's a nozzle. That's all it is. It'd be $4 for this little guy,
Wow.
and then $75 for shipping, and then it'd be another $12 for tariffs.
Wow.
So whenever I ordered parts, I tried to order $300 worth of parts, so it makes $100 worth of shipping kind of reasonable.
Order several of those nozzles, and then throw them up on eBay up there in Canada, and then see if you can crank the price up on them. And if they're going to pay $75 shipping, you could throw them up there for probably $25 a piece shipped or something. I don't know what your shipping costs up there, but and make a little money and make it worth your while, because if that's the part that wears out the most.
Yeah, if you're running the abrasive filament, there's filament with glitter in it.
Oh yeah.
That'll wear out pretty quick. And there's nylon reinforced, and carbon fiber.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to buy one pretty bad, but I also wanted to buy a Cricut really bad too, and I bought it for like $200, and it's sitting here staring at me right now going, why don't you use me? Don't I mean anything to you? Like, I used it like twice, completed one project with it, and 2 projects. So the one project that I use is actually behind me whenever I do live streaming. I have like a little light that says YouTube subscribe, and it flashes, and I took it from the YouTube logo that you made. I was like, I want a YouTube. But so I took a shadow box and I cut a red YouTube logo out and put that on the box, and then I had put a piece of white vinyl behind it, and then I cut out the logo that said YouTube, and I put that on the glass, and then I put the box back together, and then I put LED lights in there so that it like chases and it turns different colors and stuff. If you go to my YouTube channel, you can see the background. I have like a video that's me talking, and like I can change the colors and the LEDs that are behind me in my case with all my gas and oil and like different stuff that I've got from different YouTubers and stuff. But it sits there on the shelf. I think it'd be. I thought about opening up doing more pop culture stuff, and I'm like, man, you could like 3D print all kinds of neat stuff to put in the store. If you wanted to like 3D print figures and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They just take a little bit of time. So buy like.
I'm going to get a sand or sandstone, probably a sand-colored filament.
Yeah.
For my next big project, and make myself a set of the 4 stones from the 5th element.
Right, yeah. That'd be cool.
I might even make little AA powered lamps out of them. Like print them real thin, make little
that would be cool
lights out of them or something.
Yeah,
I'd like to do that with this guy. Print one, like just the shell, and then have it lit up. Because these even show the girders on the way up. Because on the Space Needle, there's on every cross piece right there, there's a light, right?
Right.
On the inside of the beam. And I would love to. That's a ton of bloody work. But I would have at least liked to have, lit up the restaurant and the observation deck.
Right.
And then the blinking red light at the top. Those two pieces, like the break is right in there.
Right.
Those two pieces were a third attempt on each one. Probably a half a roll of filament went in the toilet, went in the garbage. Just 'cause
Did you?
It didn't want to print that disc.
Didn't
like
you
that.
say that you were going to buy a thing that you could recycle your filament with?
I looked into it and I read up quite a few people who have tried it and said it was a pain in the ass. Because whatever you use to extrude the filament, you have to pull it out at just the right rate and then wind it on a spool, and it's the consistency, like the stuff you buy commercially,
Yeah.
has a nice tight tolerance, 0.02 of a millimeter, and it's with a home extruder it's really difficult. Like people who are doing that were having a hard time getting that tight tolerance.
Right.
And actually threw out like 3 of the spools of filament that I had bought with the printer. I threw them out because they actually aged and then got a little twist in them. Like I'm not sure if you there's that extension cord that kind of looks like it just small twists, not
Right.
like the big coiled one, but it's not a nice smooth wire. It's just a little corkscrew kinda.
Right.
It almost looked like that, and it was jamming up in the printer. I couldn't use it until I started shopping for filament that was a little tighter. I want to get that print mill. It's being released in August next year.
What does it do?
It prints, I'm not sure if you've seen it. It's from Creality. They call it the CR30. It, instead of printing, is my video quality good?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Okay. So instead of the Z-axis being straight up and down and everything being 90 degrees, it's actually on a 45-degree angle, and then the
Right.
Z-axis is on a belt that continually feeds.
Oh, wow.
So you could print yourself an artistic I-beam that goes across your living room, in theory, right?
Right.
Like just like lithograph kind of thing. So the possibilities are really endless, and you don't have to shut down to remove the thing off the bed. Like every piece I print, I have to cool the bed down so that it pops free. Otherwise, if I try and pry it, it just warps, and because it's hot. Yeah, it's pretty exciting, and it's only $1,000.
Is that U.S. or Canadian? Probably Canadian.
I think that's U.S.
Yeah. What part of Canada do you reside in?
Alberta is north of Montana.
Okay. I watched some Canadians up there. I watched Dan Hurd from Dan Hurd Prospecting. and I watch Pioneer Pauly, and he does prospecting too. They're gold prospectors, and Dan
Hmm.
Hurd is amazing, just a great human being. One of my favorite YouTubers. I I I love Canadian YouTubers. Like I love watching the content from up there because I watch like the Curiosity Incorporated. I watch Pauly. I watch Dan Hurd. I watch like Vogus prospecting. That guy's Australian. Um, I just love like the outdoors stuff up there because it's just absolutely amazing. But I don't know if you like prospecting stuff, but I would definitely look those two guys up because Pioneer Pauly, he just does amazing like cinematography whenever he films. It's awesome. Dad's Vintage Garage says Operation Santa done. Santa got a sweet note from Kindle. That's awesome. That's awesome. Did you get the cookies, brother? I didn't get no cookies or milk. But yeah, so but they go out and they go digging, they go pioneer, or they go looking for gold and like different stones and stuff. But I'm not exactly sure. I know it's a lot of that stuff's only like available regionally, like here in where I live at. There's a couple of gold mines, but typically in the Midwest, there's not a lot of mineralization. Um, Normally, that's out by the Rocky Mountains and stuff.
Yeah.
I like
And any claims that are around are pretty well dug up and dried up.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because people will like they'll get a claim, and that's the thing that I thought was kind of different. Like up in Canada, apparently you have to have a claim to go prospecting, but like in the United States, like if it's government land, you can go out there and prospect on it. And fortunately, a lot of the land that's like that, I mean, there are some claims, some mine claims, too, but like a lot of the guys here, they just go out and hunt gems and minerals and gold and silver, mostly gold. Silver is
Hmm.
a ore and not a. It doesn't exist like gold. Like gold is like you find gold nuggets, but you don't find like silver nuggets. Apparently,
Yeah.
apparently silver you have to smelt it and do all kinds of other stuff to get the silver out of it. But what's really cool is that sometimes they'll be digging for gold, and while you're digging for gold, you'll find other elements. And Paulie has a whole bottle of liquid mercury that he's found, which is really cool.
Oh
Um,
wow.
yeah, it's like a pretty big bottle of liquid mercury. It's really cool.
Hmm.
uh, John said spilled milk and dunked cookies. Well, that's cool. That's cool. Don't cry over it though.
I just leave it for the morning and blame Santa.
If you got a cat, maybe to look it up. Yeah, we spent a lot of money on Christmas this year, so ugh, glad it only comes around once a year.
Hmm. And this is the Christmas where you almost need to just splurge and just
Yeah,
I'll beg for forgiveness from Visa in January kind of thing.
yeah. eBay was really good to us this year, so we had a little bit extra to blow. So we're
Right
really
on.
good at saving. So we don't. I drive a 2001 GMC Yukon because it still runs good. It's only got 130,000 miles on it, so I'm like, I'll be driving it for a long time because I don't really.
Yeah, that's just broke in.
Right. I don't need to drive my wealth around. I
No.
mean, there's people that go out and buy a $60,000 sports car and drive it around, or a pickup truck. I mean, I can understand a pickup truck if you're going to work it, but like I'm just too cheap. I can't do it. But we've been doing pretty good this year.
I was almost able to get myself out of debt this year.
That's awesome, man.
Went from 24,000 down to 6,000.
Dadgum.
Yeah, that was a lot of work.
Well, but think
And
about it.
the
Yeah.
full time job only gives me, it won't give me more than 40,000 before taxes because it's only 6 months of work, right?
Right. So when
And if
you work for 6 months and then you're off for 6 months, so do you what do you do in your off months? Just
I
resell
do,
and
yeah, if I do the eBay thing, it keeps me out of trouble.
right.
It's time I could spend on Pornhub, right? I might as well use my computer time to make some money off of it.
Right. Get the camera set up in the bedroom. Yeah, it's tough. Tough line of work. Somebody's got to do it though.
Yeah. No, the way I've got it set up is kind of nice. Like I used to work all summer and then I'd be in trouble all winter. I wouldn't be in trouble. I'd be looking for it.
Yeah.
And then now it's kind of nice. But all summer I'm not doing anything on eBay. Like I'll sell what I sell, but I'm already making $320 for that day before taxes. So I don't care if I sell any video games. Really,
Right.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. But
John
then
Deere
in
said
November, I'll kick my feet up for a couple of weeks, and then I'll look at all the stuff I bought at garage sales when it was raining
yeah.
through the summer. Well, I'll list that junk. And then, of course, since I haven't been listing, the eBay algorithm doesn't like me.
I can tell you that what I've found that really works is that if you promote your listings at 5%, and I know a lot of people don't like to do that, but eBay has become a pay to play. Excuse me.
Mm,
And
yeah.
it really helped me. I mean we're setting it. I've had a bad week because I haven't listed anything due to the poor postal system here in the United States right now, and like on the week before I had sold on the 13th we did 361, then we did or no we did 870, we did 626, then we did 683, then we did 688, then I had a 305, and then on the 19th we did 536, and then on the 20th I did 173, I did 240, 223, 220, and then today we did like 318. But I haven't listed because I I have stuff that's caught up in the system right now that's kind of expensive. I'm like, I'm not going to just keep sending stuff out into the void until they kind of get some of the backlog fixed. So I've been listing some cheap stuff that I'm not too worried about if it goes out and don't come back. But I have some nice
Mm,
pieces, like I have a couple ham radio units and stuff like that I could list that would make a quick 300, $400 a pop. But I'm not going to send that stuff out into the void so that the postal system can chew it up and you know let it set somewhere for a while. It's just it's insane. Our system's such a mess right now. That was a good choice, John, to buy you a 2004 Buick Renair, especially with 130,000 miles on it. You'll get somebody else is taking all the depreciation out of that car, and you can drive it, enjoy it, knowing that you're going to be just fine when you turn around and sell it or drive it till the wheels fall off.
yeah, I'm in a '06 Mitsubishi Galant with 300,000 kilometers.
Wow.
Hey Google, convert 300,000 kilometers to miles. I think it's like 230. Oh, 186 and change.
I'm not very good at the conversions. I was watching another Canadian couple that I love. They do yard sale videos. They're from Regina. That's the name of the city they live in, and
I like
they're
how careful you said that.
yeah, they're they're awesome. They're freaking just glorious people. They're awesome, but they 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 have a pickup truck, and I'm like, that's really helpful. But they're I remember where I was going with that, but yeah, I got caught up on the Regina, but they go out and they buy a lot of stuff at yard sales and stuff like that, and he has a regular job because apparently earlier this year they had some trouble. I guess it's kind of unionized or something, so they'd had some trouble with I guess with not working or something, and they had kind of had to. I don't know if they went on strike or whatever they would call it, but it was pretty interesting.
Hmm.
But their channel's really good. They're called the Bargain Barons.
Oh
They're
yeah.
pretty awesome. I'd sent them. I'd bought something that was ivory one time, and it said ivory on the back of it. And I'm like, I can't put this on eBay. I was like, I know what I'll do. I'll send it to them. I didn't even think about sending an ivory thing out of the country to somebody else's house in Canada, sending like something like that across the border. But they got it. Nothing was ever said. So knock on wood. But they
Right
collect
on.
all kinds of cool antique stuff. Oh, that's cool, John. Those Eagle Summits were freaking awesome. Who made Eagle? Was that International?
No, Chrysler. Yeah.
Chrysler, yeah.
AMC
AMC,
technically.
yeah. That's a car
American
you never see
Motors.
anymore.
Yeah. I had a Talon. I think it was a 90.
Yeah.
96.
Yeah, they look like little European cars.
Yeah.
That look never really caught on in the United States. But like people here love the big boat cars. The bigger the better.
Well, it's like the old cliche, big American muscle.
Right. I like muscle cars, but of course that's why I bought the Yukon. Whenever I bought it, was so my wife would have a car around her when my kids were in it. I don't know what they're going to do about. They were wanting to do a stimulus for here in America to give people money, and the president vetoed it because they didn't think that the money was enough. So I don't know if they'll be able to work something out. Apparently, the Republicans have said that they're not going to do $2,000. So I think they should go back to if they want to do one, just do what they did before and give the 1,200 out. I think it's been pretty wild with this coronavirus. They're talking about in England. There's another version of it that has came out it's like a lot more contagious. So that's why they went into lockdown over there the way they did.
And
Try to snuff
see,
it out.
our that strain is coming into Canada. Our health officials are telling us don't even worry about it because
Really?
there's different strain. They say there's different strains for viruses all the time. We go, and they're like, even look at right now the COVID virus that's in Vancouver and Seattle is very different from the virus that's in New York and Toronto. And they said it seems to be more contagious, but it doesn't seem to be any more deadly. They said.
Right. I promised to get rid of Caroline Forerunner. Those are good cars if we bought a new car. 305,000 miles.
That's a bit.
Yeah. Depends on where it's leaking oil out of. If it's like a rear main seal, that would be a pain in the butt to replace. I agree with you, John. I'm not a big fan of it either.
Well, you got to think too, the government is coming to you smiling and saying, we can help you.
Right.
Take this money. And whenever they do that, run the other way. I was told by an older fellow, when the government is coming up to you saying, we can help you, run.
Right. It's scary because I really think that, like, I think that we're going to have, in the next 10 years, we're going to have a big, and we're going to have a big point of contention with China. I think that probably, it was like 2017, 2016, I think the Chinese stock market was really, what was the word, tumultuous or whatever. It was like up and down, like it was really a bad, and I think that America had a lot to do with that, messing with her. And I think that the Chinese, I think that they're very angry with us because we just. So I'm not saying that they're definitely they're definitely not the people that I want to see in charge of the world. That's a scary thought too. But I just wonder. I was reading an article the other day where they're making inroads into the Caribbean, like in Jamaica and some of those areas like that, putting in infrastructure and ports. And they just keep encroaching in different territories. And man, they're smart. They are super smart. I mean, it's kind of like with the Twitter and the stuff like that. They would go. Twitter made a Twitter app for inside China, and then they built that infrastructure there, and then China told Twitter that if you want to continue to use this app inside of China, that we want you to not only censor the people that are against the CCP inside of China, but we want you now to censor people that are against the CCP outside of China. And if not, we're going to, what do they call it, nationalize your Twitter, and we're just going to take it. And it's tough. It's just scary because, they can kind of do whatever they want. And who's going to stop them? That's the problem.
Yeah.
It says, John, you watch Salty. No, I don't know if I watch Salty. I don't even know who that is, brother. Been trying to grow my YouTube channel. We're about up to 5,384 subs. We've gained 83 subs in the past 28 days. Been doing a lot of research and watching a lot of videos on channel growth and stuff like that. And it'd be nice to have one of them silver play buttons, but unfortunately I'm about 95,000 subs off from that.
I could buy some silver filament.
Right. That would be freaking awesome. That would be crazy. Yeah, it'd be probably be easier and cheaper than freaking trying to build a channel that large. I watch people.
That silk filament has a sheen to it in the light.
Yeah, I think so too, John. I think that's the point. Without getting too far into that whole thing, I think that everything that we've seen from the virus all the way through to this election cycle, if I said that I didn't believe that it wasn't pre-planned, if it wasn't planned, I would be dishonest to myself. If I couldn't see if I couldn't see that. It's just crazy.
Yeah, there's more to this than just a virus going around. Like, look at tuberculosis deaths
Right.
annually, year after year. I've never heard of a TB pandemic. It's a respiratory condition that's perfectly reversible, curable, preventable. I think it's the money. There's not enough money in fixing it. And that's
Right.
just the TB cases that the World Health Organization knows about, that UNICEF knows about, that uh,
Yeah,
like
it just,
just
you
what's
know,
on record.
in America they almost incentivized hospitals to count casualties as coronavirus casualties because they would get more money for every person who had succumbed to coronavirus. So you
As
could
a
see where,
$35,000.
yeah, you could see where it's like, they came in from a car accident, but we tested them and they had coronavirus. Okay,
Yeah.
contributing cause is coronavirus. It's just kind of like, I think,
Or like the 106-year-old Betsy down in the home. Well, she died of coronavirus. No, she died of being 106 years old.
right.
Like like they're telling us if it wasn't for coronavirus, she'd have a good 40 or 50 years left.
No, no, she was one foot in the grave, another foot on the banana peel. That's,
Well, yeah.
the coronavirus got in our nursing home here, and we had a spike of, we had about 28 people in our community pass away so far, 29 in my community of about 12,000. And I'm like, holy crap. That's, I'm like, let's see, 29. I'm sitting in the dark, so I can't see very well. Oh, that's not even the right one. But it just, it's let's see, 29 divided by 12,000 is a 0.0024% fatality rate in my community. And I'm like, you just can't, like, I watched my grandfather pass away from the flu, and like, I'm like, I know that it's serious. I know this stuff's serious, and I'm not making light of it. I'll wear a mask when I'm out in a place that I can't social distance, and I use hand sanitizer like it's holy water. And I understand. I don't want no one to be sick. I definitely don't want that. But when this all started, I mean, let me ask you a question. When this all started, do you remember when people were just standing on street corners in Wuhan and they just fell over, and you're like, they're dead. They're just falling dead in the streets. But then it came to America, and like, there's no one just falling dead in the streets. There's nothing like that. Like,
Yeah.
why? Why? I mean, I remember the cruise ship that they quarantined. Oh, it's on the cruise ship, and they made the people sit in the cruise ship for like 14 days and stuff like that. And I'm like,
Yeah. That's not quarantine. That's petri dish.
yeah. And honestly, I think the United States owes the rest of the world a big apology for. I think that I think that political parties in our government hyped this out of proportion, as a global pandemic, um, for election purposes. And that's the reason why they're fighting so hard for covering stuff up in our government, because if it did come out that we were falsely misleading the whole world about the virility of this thing and about the dangers of it, just imagine what that would do to, one, our stance with everyone else in the world, and what would it do for any party that was using a disease as a weaponized tool for winning an election through like
Yeah.
mail-in voting or whatever were using to sway the election. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be interesting to see. I mean, this has really opened up my eyes. I'm not really I've come to the point to where I'm not going to call myself a Republican or a or a Democrat or anything. I'm just fed up with politics.
I think libertarian is the new term of choice
Right.
this time around.
I was
You know,
listening. I listened.
mind you, I think
Yeah, it is endemic,
in
John.
all, I think in all honesty, one of the biggest political hurdles of the United States is a two-party choice. I mean,
Right.
you guys would go leaps and bounds further if there was a viable third party to choose from.
Well, like in Canada, you guys have your conservative party, you have your libertarian party, and you have your Demo. What do they call it? I
It
can't remember.
There's the liberals, conservatives. In Canada, it's kind of ridiculous because you can win a federal election with 38% of the votes.
Wow. Yeah, because I listened to another guy called Entrepreneurs in Cars, and he's Canadian, and he has some really he's really interesting guy. He's he's definitely has an interesting take on the feminine perspective, but his entrepreneur stuff is really good. Um, and that's what he was talking about. He's talking about there are like three or four major parties, but like only three of them really are they. He said that the video that I watched, only three of them were really represented in government. And he said there's like I can't remember the names of, but like one was conservative, one was liberal, and then they had like a libertarian party. But it really, he said at that time that there were no libertarians that had been elected or something like that that were currently in office. I guess what would have been federal office or something. And I was like, that's interesting.
But yeah, like if you look back on the first or on the last two elections, yesterday's election basically included, people seemed to have voted for somebody just because they didn't want to vote for the other person.
Right, right. And a lot of that did happen. Yeah. I always
Yeah.
say that if Donald, if, because Donald Trump is
And
not a conservative. He's not. He's a liberal. He's a classical liberal. He's not. He's not a. It's really funny how far the right got drug left, even with Donald. But he's just we're so far not a conservative country anymore that we see a person who was a liberal, like a Bill Clinton type figure. That's what Donald Trump is. He's Bill Clinton 2.0. And if they would
yeah.
have, and I always said that in our government, that if the left would have catered to Donald Trump, that he would have capitulated to them, and they would have got so much more over the past 4 years instead of just consistently attacking him over and over and over, because the base that Donald Trump has really doesn't align with who Donald Trump is, the MAGA base. It's just the base that he was able to build around. And Donald is an interesting character. He builds with what he's got.
Yeah.
He's going to build with the tools that he's got, and he was able to do that. But I think that if he would have, because he did a lot for the minorities. Unemployment in the African American community had never been lower. Job creation was at an all time high. I mean, he really was a good president. But unfortunately, he wasn't nice, and that was his downfall. And I can't say that I would have been any better, but I think that if he would have learned to be nicer and not so, I guess, with so much speak with so much
Abrasive.
vitriol, yeah,
Yeah,
abrasive,
not
yeah.
so abrasive.
Let's say
Yeah.
if you ran Donald Trump through your machine back there, you'd go through a lot of bits. You'd go through a lot of nozzles.
Yeah.
It's just interesting. It's just so
But
because
really, leading up to this election, if you were talking to like one of your friends about it, and they said, "Well, I'm going to vote for Biden," 99% of the time, if you ask why, they would not be able to give you a reason without mentioning Trump's name.
Yeah, yeah.
So really, your vote is quite vindictive, and
Right.
it's toxic once it gets to that point.
And you're 100% right. I said either one of two things happened in our election. Either it was stolen or it was the biggest like turnout to vote against a person that has ever happened in American history.
Yeah, I was
And
I was kind of excited to see what Trump would be able to do with his second term.
I
I
was
was
too,
actually
because
looking. I was looking
he
forward to that.
he'd have been a man off the change. One of the things they were talking about, one of the things in this bill that they tried to send to him to pass, it was like 5,093 pages, and they said somewhere tucked away in there, and this could be considered conspiracy out there, but I've read it in a couple different locations, that he has this act that he could pass called the Insurrection Act between now and the 19th or 20th of January, to where if there is evidence that is shown that a foreign agent was interfered, or domestic, I believe, interfered with our elections, he can declare the Insurrection Act, and that could completely, I don't know if it would throw out the election, but it brings in a whole new can of worms. And there's so many more things that could still happen. Like, all the Republican Party has to do from the states, they just have to stand up and say, I don't, I can't remember what it's called. It's like nullifying the electoral uh, people that they send. And if Mitch McConnell has already said he doesn't want any Republicans to do that, because I don't think he wants what's going to happen. Because what would happen now is, at this point, if if Trump was able to figure out a way to stay in power, I mean, if you think the BLM protests were bad over the summer, I don't think they would hold a candle to what would ensue um, with at this point, if he stays in power. If he finds any way that he could stay in that office, it would almost inevitably lead to like some kind of American conflict, American against American.
Do you see a new revolution? Another revolution?
I don't know. Um, um, it says what happens January 6th is there validity in the 12th Amendment. Yeah, right, John. Um, I don't know. I don't. I do know that, like, on the United States side of Facebook, I've seen a lot of patriots say, "Take that $600 and go buy a gun with it."
Yeah. Well,
um,
geez, gun sales are at an all-time high down there.
that's what I said. I said that that's the thing, is that I that's the thing that you wonder what they're going to do, when, because we've seen in states like Virginia where they've tried to enact gun legislation, like gun control legislation and stuff like that, and they've already, earlier this year, they had patriots back in like January or February, after the governor took office. He started doing some sweeping reforms on gun control, and people actually armed themselves and went to that state capitol and stood outside and were dressed in military attire, just kind of as a warning to the governor, saying, "We're here, we're watching, and we're peaceful right now, but if you keep going, we're here, we're armed, and we're ready." And there's a lot of Americans that are talking like that. And you can't even buy ammo here, man. I can't even get 22 ammo for my son for Christmas. Like,
That's what I heard.
it's gone. Like, it's absolutely gone. Yeah, that one guy said that. That's what I said. I made a post on Facebook. It says that if you get $600, I said something like, pro tip: if you get $600, go buy a gun, and then everyone meet in Washington D.C. and we can get another $600. Like, I got to be careful though, because I don't want to. because George W. Bush he was a Republican, but he's probably the worst president for preservation of free men ever because of the Patriot Act and stuff that was pushed through because of 9/11. Um,
Mm.
like it took away so many of our rights. Like just talking like that, if they seen you do something like that, they could probably pull you up on terrorist threats and then put you in Guantanamo Bay forever. I mean, you don't even, those guys down there um, weren't even getting constitutional, they didn't have constitutional rights. Well, the ones they brought over from other countries didn't get constitutional rights because they weren't American citizens, but the people that were American citizens, they were suspending their constitutional rights, weren't getting tried or anything. They were just being held indefinitely. Yeah, having dueling electors, if fraud is found and there's proof of the electors, should not be certified and let it go to the House. Yeah, so in our elections, if it goes to the House, if the election wouldn't get certified on January 6th, it would actually go to the House and the Senate, and the Senate votes on the vice president, and the House votes on the president. But it doesn't matter who has the majority in the House of Representatives. That's our lower house of government. Where Senate is our big house. That's where all the rich multimillionaires. That's the ones where they get elected to. And then the House of Representatives is kind of like the peons. They're the ones that get voted in and out all the time. But they vote on the president, and it doesn't matter, like the Democrats control the House, but that doesn't mean they would pick a Democrat president. The way it goes is they get like one vote per state or something like that. And there's like more conservative red states than there are blue states because of, in our country we don't do a popular vote. We have the electoral college, but the population densities are inside the cities, and they're the ones that they control a lot of the state politics, but on the national level they don't always get the people elected that they want because of the way the founding fathers were able to. It would just, I mean, I don't even know how they came up with this. Like, it was just to me, it's one of the most ingenious forms of government to be able to look down the road and to understand the problems that could come from having a popular vote and understanding population densities and knowing that it would give certain areas more power than other areas if you just went with a straight popular vote. One state, one vote. That's right, John. Well, John, I'm not going to, they know why they're rioting, John. They new TVs, brilliant foreshadowing. Yeah, it's
it's funny. They're burning down the businesses of honest white men, and they're mad at black cops that. Yeah, like, oh my god.
well, even in some of the minority areas, what's so sad is that they're burning down the businesses of good minority people. Like, there are people that are
Yeah.
worked hard, that built businesses, and then to have people come in and just steal from you, and to steal these people's livelihoods away. And you're standing out in the street chanting BLM, and then you go and you burn down a BLM's business where they were selling a product or service to your community, and then you burn their barbershop down, or the nail salon, or the auto parts store, and then you go, well, how do we, or the one that's most intriguing is the crime that has skyrocketed in places where they've defunded the police, and they're like, why did that happen? Well, maybe because you defunded the police.
Yeah.
It's just like, I don't know. How do you stop it? Yeah, that would be cool. I see on the Space Needle back there how it's got the little lights on it. That would be super cool if you could get you a little drill and drill out each one of those holes, and then if you can shine a light, like put a little LED light in the bottom and one in the top, and then you could shoot beams of light if it's hollow in the middle, shoot beams of light from the top and the bottom, and you could light all those lights up.
You know, what would really work is drill the holes where the lights would go there, and then just put like a little 1/4-inch piece of fiber optic filament in there, and then
Oh
shine a
yeah,
light from
that
the
would be
bottom,
awesome.
and then the fiber optic will carry the light outside.
That's a lot of work, but
It is a lot of work.
what are you printing? Are you still printing that? Are you printing the Desert Eagle, the whole thing?
Yeah,
That'll be cool.
it's the grip and trigger. It just needs to get printed now.
Yeah, Dad's Vintage Garage said fiber optics.
There's when like I do epoxy art too, and I was watching a guy who put motherboards and circuit boards in the table, like in a hole in the table, and then filled it with epoxy.
Yeah, right.
But what he did too is there was about a dozen LEDs that were on the circuit boards. He drilled into them and then ran fiber optic to a hole on the head of the table, so you can shine your cell phone light on it, and it'll
Right.
light up the LEDs inside the table. That was pretty cool. And what was really interesting when he fed all the fiber optic lines through and then cut it off, and you look at the end of all the fiber optics that are coming out of the hole, and they were all whichever color the LED was on the other end of the table that it was connected to. That was pretty interesting.
Right. That stuff blows
Fiber
my
optic
mind.
is, yeah, it's crazy how it carries the light that effectively.
There's a gentleman that I guess I watch a lot of YouTube. We don't have TV because I don't like the all the junk that comes on TV. But there's a guy that has he's taking an old factory and he's turning it into a house. And the dude makes furniture and he uses LEDs and stuff like that. It looks absolutely phenomenal.
Wow.
Trying to find him here. He's from Chicago. I have way too many.
Chicago.
Yeah, way too many YouTube channels I'm subscribed to.
Don't mind me.
Taking a breathing treatment.
My coronavirus wants to smoke. I don't want to test positive, so I have to keep feeding the monster, right?
Right. It's funny.
Nothing wrong with a couple of hoots at Christmas time. I don't drink much, so
Right.
I am getting into wine and moonshine making though.
That'll be cool.
Yeah, I want to make a strawberry wine that I'm going to proof up to 17%, and I'm going to call it Deana Carter.
I remember that song.
Yeah. Yeah, make some Saskatoon wine.
It's about time for me to go through and watching you guys. I forgot it's Christmas Day. Merry Christmas, John. I've been watching Curiosity Incorporated go through that hoarder house again.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I mean all the gold and silver and stuff that he found.
And he's not going through it again. He's going through a second house.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But just, I'm not, as a reseller, I'm not into clothes at all. But
But man,
the guy who bought all the clothing out of that house,
yeah.
I I don't know. I'm like, I should try and claim to be his long lost nephew or some shit like that. Like
Right.
he's gonna make a good coin off of that.
Yeah, I remember you were doing that earlier in the year, John. I miss you when you go live. Um, you were talking about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna build myself a little smokehouse here.
Yeah. Yeah, I like beef
Make
jerky.
make some sausages, pepperonis. I got a couple friends who hunt, so deer is always good for jerky and sausage.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, editing isn't that hard, John. It's pretty easy. You could figure it out. I use the DaVinci Resolve program. It's absolutely free, and I've bought a couple of transition packs that if you got into editing, I could email you the one that I use, and it's really a nice transition pack. And I paid like $30 for it, but I could email it to you, and you could use it for free.
Are you okay?
Catzilla's coming to take out the Space Needle.
No, he was sketching out over something, so I kicked a plastic bag and he jumped back and poor fucker. He jumped against the door and then slammed his tail in the door as he did it.
Golly.
Like he really had a tough moment here.
We have 5 cats. I don't know how in the world that happened.
I was like, my little photo area is quite cramped now from bad buys, but
Yeah.
at a time I had probably a dozen VCRs in there, just kind of they're just sitting on their edge, and something scared him because that's the same corner his food dish is in, so he's in that corner all the time anyway. Something scared him, and he bumped a VCR, and it fell. And when it crashed, he jumped and bumped into a combo unit, and it tipped over and fell on his paw.
Oh no!
And
poor cat.
And then he put her in overdrive, to get out of that corner. I moved quickly to kind of get out of his way to accommodate. I ended up bumping another VCR that came down on him on his way out. So every time he's sketchy about something, I say, it's not gonna eat you. He'll shoot me a look like, yeah. Like
sure.
like those VCRs, right?
Yeah, John. That I got that idea. I went across the street and I just took my GoPro and I walked across the street, and all of the snow and stuff I did with DaVinci Resolve through their Fusion Studio. And it's absolutely amazing what that software is capable of doing. If a person would spend a couple of months learning that software, they could make amazing videos. And I mean, my editing on my channel has went up probably tenfold since I started doing YouTube, but it's hard to get traction because, people are expecting that I'm going to be putting out the same crappy videos that I used to put out. Now that I'm editing them a lot better and doing a lot better, it's just hard to get traction. again.
It's a lot of fun though once you get into it.
Yeah, I like just making the videos and stuff, so that's fun for me. It's a hobby, so if I never get big, it'll be okay. My goal is to hit 10,000, and if I do that, then it's a win. I'm no rally toots.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Modustrial Maker. He's got 791,000 subscribers. He used to be a lawyer, and he gave up being a lawyer in Chicago because he's making more money on YouTube.
That's awesome.
If I was going to buy a new computer right now, John, especially if you're thinking about doing video editing, Dell actually had just a really nice desktop computer that had like an i5 processor in it with a 1060 Radeon video card, like a nice hard drive and everything. I think it was like $600. And if you go through Dell, you can sign up for their Dell preferred account, and you get like 6 months no interest, or if you spend over $600, you get like 12 months no interest. So like a payment on a computer is literally like 50-60 bucks a month. And if somebody's going to do video editing for YouTube, I definitely suggest a like a PC. It's just so much easier. I think my computer that I've got right now, it's about 3 or 4 years old, and it still edits videos nice. And it's an i7 60 60 66 6700K or whatever, I can't remember. And it works really well for video editing. And I've got a crappy video card. The all-in-ones are nice, but they typically are lower end computers that use laptop-based processors in them. And if you're going with like Apple or something, they're really good, but then they're like freaking $2,600. But like just an inexpensive all-in-one from Walmart, they typically have like Celeron processors with them, and like not a lot of memory, not a lot of hard drive. They're just like kind of like glorified laptops. Now, if you spend good money and get an all-in-one, that could be, that could be different. But
Yeah, I'd steer away from the Walmart ones because you're looking at like second and third and fourth bin components.
right.
Yeah.
I I buy from Dell, the outlet, Dell outlet, and if you know what you're doing there, you can find some pretty good deals if you know when their drop times are.
Dell has decent financing too.
Yeah, that's the I've financed.
If,
I've probably
if you
bought.
need to.
Yeah, I've probably bought and sold probably 60 computers from them. I used to buy their Dell outlet units, and I'd buy them, and then I'd put $50 on them and sell them local, and I would make really good money out of them. I have a Pentium, or I have a 486 DX, like 66 or something like megahertz processor machine at the store. I've been meaning to bring it up from the basement. I want to set it up, and I want to put it up in the store for sale, but I want to have it to where people can actually, like, it'll boot up and turn on and stuff. It's a wonderful machine. It was a custom built machine back in the day, and they only used like really good parts in it. And I paid $5 for it at a yard sale, and the whole thing's probably worth it in the shape it's in. Probably worth about $600-700. It was. Go to the little boy's room. I'll be right back, brother.
I'm gonna do the same.
Oh. Do. Oh, crap. The sound of the machine making your project back there is kind of soothing.
Yeah, it is. It does sound different on the YouTube side.
Right.
Like after StreamYard's processing, it has like it has a deeper tone
Right.
than what I can hear. Like I can hear quite a bit of coil whine that doesn't come through to YouTube. I should say it that way. That's my fault though. The board's wide open. What the? I moved my mic.
Right.
It used to be clipped. Don't mind the bongs. It used to be clipped basically right there. I got it up there now.
Right.
Yeah. I took that cover off to try and fix the display because the light gave out on the display. I just never put the cover back on.
Is there any way to fix it, or do you have to order a new one, or?
Oh yeah, I neaten up the wires and could probably put it back on, but I'm the type of guy that would leave the side panel off my computer for better airflow. And I don't care that you can see the crappy wire management. That's kind of what I am here. It's out in the open. It stays cooler. I'm not. I'm not throwing as many dice into the silicon lottery
Right.
if it runs cooler.
Reading a news story here, it says France and China developing biologically engineered super soldiers. Like, why do we put all of this energy into like freaking that kind of garbage? Like, there's so much more that we could do as humans. It makes absolutely no sense.
Super soldiers.
Yeah, I've been thinking about shutting down the antique store and opening up like a pop culture shop and selling t-shirts and sweatshirts and shoes and video games and VHS and DVDs, music and stuff like that. Um, I think that it would be something that would be more widely. Um, it'd reach a wider group of people. Plus, it would be something that I would probably enjoy a little bit more.
Yeah, you'd reach a wider demographic, I think, than antiques. That's probably what you're aiming for, right?
Right. A 9-year-old girl has been found liable and punished by a court in China for her dead father's debts under China's social credit system. Wow.
Holy. I'll put that in with the I'll put that news story in the same stupid folder as that judge in India to get back at this young man for raping a girl. He sentenced his younger sister to be raped
Holy crap. Wow.
because that would bring more shame to him than any jail time that you could give him. That's how it was reasoned. You know, I'm going to use that
Wow.
term with quotes.
It says tent city
But
expanding across the U.S. as experts warn ongoing pandemic could lead to a catastrophic homeless crisis. So you know what that tells me? You need to be buying tents because people are going to be needing them.
tents and insulated tarps.
Right. Crazy. Yeah, it's the new highly concerning and infectious South African COVID strain detected in UK. So it came out of South Africa.
Hmm.
Pope Francis, rumor circulate of Pope Francis resigning after Christmas to follow Benedict. And it says sources close to the Vatican who said there was no doubt the pontiff will resign in 2020. Interesting. Wow. says Kilauea has reawakened, and one expert says that the new eruption could last for years. Wonder how they know that. That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Wonder how you would know that. I follow a website that puts a lot of interesting news stories out, and that would be bad. It says mutant drug resistant super gonorrhea strain could make STI untreatable. That would be bad.
Oh, you hear about this new computer virus that will even it embeds itself into the UEMI,
No,
and then so it can actually survive a an operating system reinstall.
really,
Yeah,
man. I always thought that would be
that
interesting. There'd be somewhere that it could hide.
yeah. So why not hide in the chipset that tells the operating system to boot up?
Right. Yeah, because there'd be no way to remove that unless you replace the chip
Yeah.
or flash the BIOS or something.
Yeah, so they're probably getting ready for U.S. and Canada to reject the 5G.
Right,
I'm like,
right,
okay, we'll just go to Plan B. To hell with them.
right. That's what I said.
Yeah,
China's the one that.
I laugh, but there's a scary possibility of that happening too.
That's what I said. China makes the technology that we use. So, you know, what makes you think they don't have a back door and all of that already? I've often wondered, like John Roberts, he's one of the justices that sat on the Supreme Court, and he was elected as a conservative justice, but over the years, he's become more and more liberal. And the other day, someone posted a picture of him and Epstein's girlfriend, that uh, the lady that's in jail right now, that's going to be indicted for crimes, you know. And I've often thought that they, especially here lately with some of the rulings, that the Supreme Court of the United States could be compromised. And by compromised, I mean they have evidence of them doing wrong, some of the justices doing things they shouldn't have done. And they say, if you don't vote our way, we're going to release this evidence. And I was like, just conspiracy theory. And then the other day, I seen a picture of Justice Roberts sitting with, what's her name, Ghislaine Maxwell or whatever. I can't remember. That might be right. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. He's, been to Epstein Island. So, yeah.
Yeah. I can't spell still. There.
once you get all your debt paid off, do you have any plans on making any purchases, or are you just gonna start stacking cash?
I'm running through the Dave Ramsey program,
Very
the
good. Yeah.
the baby steps. So after the debt's gone, I'm going to rack up. Um, I figure 15,000 will be a good 6 month emergency fund. Once I hit that, I am going to not save for retirement, but I'm going to build a new house.
Right.
I'm actually looking at building a shome
A shome. Is that like a dome?
or a barn dominium.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah. I'm pretty well just going to build a metal shop, and then I'm going to
Right.
put living quarters in it.
When I was a kid, I say a kid, what was it, about early 20s, I always wanted to build a geodesic, one of those geodesic dome homes. Um, I always thought they were cool, but yeah, that real quickly. Geodesic, yeah, dome, geodesic.
But yeah, like on my job through the summer now, I'm working with a guy he's a carpenter, and he told me he will do it. He'll do it for cost plus a little bit.
Right.
He doesn't want much. He enjoys doing it, but want to he doesn't want to do carpentry work for a living anymore because for the work you put out, he doesn't get paid much.
Right.
I've got quite a bit of water damage in this place that really as old as the building is. It's
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about here. These dome, like dome type houses. No, that's not. That's just a dome. What looks like it's sitting either in front or over a house with like these here. Um,
I've never seen an igloo on grass.
yeah, yeah, they're pretty. They're pretty awesome. Um, let's see if I can find a good picture of one. I was hoping to find a good picture, but don't look like they're gonna. But they make these big monolithic. They call them monolithic. Um, but they put them underground.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like the big ones like this. Those are freaking awesome. There's actually there's a cave home in Festus, Missouri. That they took a cave and they sealed off the front of it because it was built into like a limestone quarry, and they took and made a house inside of it. It's just kind
That's
of,
cool.
yeah. I mean, it's just freaking awesome. Like it's just really cool. And back in the this is the back room here. It's just a big cave, and they've got a storage and stuff back there. But um, back in the day, this used to be a place where kids would go and they would go roller skating. There was a roller skating rink here, and they had so that was really a popular location for people to go. This is like the kitchen. it's hard to find good pictures, but that's another idea that I always thought was cool. But I always like the idea of underground housing. That's what it looks like looking out. But unfortunately, Missouri's too wet of a climate for that. It's just there's too much moisture in the ground.
Something like that.
Oh, that is awesome! I love that.
But the living quarters will be not so big, and I'll probably just have maybe 12-foot ceiling on the inside, or 15 feet, just enough. Should I ever feel silly enough to put in a vehicle hoist, I would have the room to do it.
Yeah, that looks like a 40 by 80. Like probably a 40 by 80 size.
It's yeah, 4080 by 14.
Yeah.
$2015 purchase price for building material $28,200, not including wraparound porch or wall finish under the porch. I would be hard pressed to believe that that includes the concrete pad as well.
Yeah, that would be,
So
yeah.
a 40 by 80 concrete pad is going to be close to
The price of
hell.
that,
That'll be
25, probably
hell.
25,000.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be at least 15 grand. But yeah, like my trailer right now that I've got, I think it's a 75 by 16.
Yeah.
So if I take out the garage, I'll have 20 feet there. So I could probably put in an 80 by 20 and still have somewhat of a backyard to work with.
Right.
The cool thing is I don't have a sidewalk. Like it just kind of slopes up my lawn, and then it just kind of magically turns into an asphalt material,
Are you going to
which made
keep,
it okay. Which made it okay for me to park a gravel truck in there for a couple of summers.
right. Are you going to keep the land that you're living on? You're just going to replace the house?
Yeah. Yeah, because really, I like living here. It's quiet. I
For
mean,
sure, yeah.
when it's rush hour, there might be 3 vehicles drive past my house in an hour, but the next hour after that is dead.
Right. Rush hour.
And my property taxes, you can't beat my property taxes either. Mind you, they just went up. They went up 15% this last year.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, I know, dude. It went up to $292 last year.
That's insane. I mean, they ain't too bad, but I mean, you guys in
I know there's people paying $1,500 a month on their property taxes.
I know you guys up in the Great White North up there. You guys are taxed pretty heavily on a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm. I get used to it after a while.
Get used to it. Keep turning the heat up on the old frog. Let them have 600. This is the kind of memes that make me chuckle that they're sharing in the. That's not it. There you go. It says let them have 600, and Marie Antoinette let them eat cake, and I guess that's Mitch McConnell there. No Mitch, let them have 600.
I saw a post that made me chuckle. Is a picture of Joe Biden in a captain, like a commercial pilot captain's uniform, and he's standing beside the door of the plane, and the caption was, "Would you board that plane?"
A Christmas miracle. Yeah, I'm not big on the. Are you going to take the vaccine when it's available?
It depends how many liberties they're gonna take
Right,
away if I don't. Because there's whispers of like proof cards that we're gonna get, so you can, if you want to go to a theater, you have to show them your card. Like, imagine that, the 21st bloody century in Canada, and you got to show your papers.
right.
Like,
That's crazy.
I mean, we've been trying to make coronavirus vaccines for decades, and we've had no luck with it. But we got one here that's been fast tracked, and if anything goes wrong, if you have any real bad side effects, you cannot sue them. So wrap your head around that one.
Right.
I can't trust it because the company who made it isn't standing behind it. Because I believe it was changed in the U.S. law language as well, as they probably brought in a COVID-19 Countermeasures Act, or like an Emergency Countermeasures Act,
Right.
where it it took the liability from companies away who wanted to research a vaccine, couldn't be held liable for anything bad that happened. They put that language in as an attempt to encourage companies to actually go through with it and actually research a
Right.
vaccine and a cure or whatever. But I even read an article where Bill Gates, who is one of the loudest voices in the world for this vaccine, he even applied for legal protection, so he couldn't be sued if anybody came after him for anything bad that this vaccine would do to you.
Right.
So they're not instilling a lot of trust in me.
Yeah, they're
But personally, I I work in a shit pile all summer, so I'm exposed to E. coli on a regular basis. I only recently started washing my hands because I'm making kombucha, so I need to have clean hands while I'm handling shit.
right.
Like, I mean, I clean the dirt under my fingernails with my teeth. I mean, it sounds disgusting, but COVID doesn't scare me at all. But Yeah. Well, we'll see in 6 months to a year if there's enough vaccines for everybody,
Right.
we'll see if they start taking away liberties, and I might reassess the situation. Because I'll be
Right.
damned if anybody's going to tell me that I can't go buy pickles, or movies are not a problem. But if my day to day starts to get restricted, I'll probably take a second look at it.
Make sure that social credit score stays high.
Yeah. And really think about it from a frontline health worker who, let's say, just happens to be pregnant. So now she is one of the first people to be taking this vaccine. Because in Canada they're rolling it out to healthcare workers and old folks homes
Right.
first. So, like, I can't imagine what an expectant mother would be thinking of this vaccine that has been
They, they're
really.
they're probably not supposed to take it. You really
Yeah,
aren't supposed to take a lot of vaccinations when you're pregnant,
right.
which should make you think. Here's the thing that scares me about it is the idea is um, like if it does have fetal tissue and stuff in it, like when you take vaccinations and stuff that has like recombinant DNA and stuff like that in there, that when your body takes in genetic material like that, sometimes like your body can absorb like genetic material and it becomes part of who you are. I was talking to a friend last night about women, and this is a weird subject, but had a discussion about women and sexual partners, and it's scientifically been proven that every time that a woman has, unprotected sex with a man and it's finished and the normal thing happens when it's finished, that part of his genetic code is uploaded into her body. Like they've found that the female body stores the genetic code of every sexual partner that she's been with that she's had unprotected sex with. And he didn't believe me and he looked it up and he's like, that is crazy. I said, yeah, it's really weird how they figured that out. But it's also that a female, that if she has male offspring, that they can also find the tracers of her offspring's genetic code in her body too. And I said our body's designed to store genetic material, and if you are being injected with stuff like that, and if they use recombinant DNA or if they use genetic material from fetals cells and stuff like that, your body can store that. And what kind of havoc could that wreak? What you know, I don't know. I don't know. I've never been much for taking a lot of vaccinations, and my kids only got vaccinated from the bare minimum and what it was required for them to go to school. Anything else they weren't vaccinated against.
Yeah,
Um,
same here. I haven't taken any vaccines since I've been old enough to be able to say no.
yeah, I'll take the tetanus. I got bit by a cat and had to get a tetanus shot, so there was that. But
I've never done that.
you've never taken a tetanus shot?
No. I've stepped on a shit ton of nails. I've been bitten by a shit ton of animals.
Really?
Yeah.
I had a
But I had
buddy.
a friend. I had a friend when I was younger. He told me about this tetanus shot, and he told me about how much it hurt, and it scared the hell out of me. So that, and it was like the next day I stepped on this rusty nail. I didn't tell nobody. I was like 30 years old, and then I was telling my mom about all this rusty shit that I stepped on.
That's funny. My buddy got tetanus, or whatever they call it, like a tetanus, and it took
Yeah.
him down. But he's a type 1 diabetic, but he's in pretty good health. But it took him down for months, and he works for himself. It was pretty bad.
Wow.
U.S. Department of Agriculture had a tweet that went out that says, "Breaking news: Santa and his reindeer have been issued a permit to enter the U.S. on Christmas Eve, thus ensuring children across the country will wake up Christmas morning filled with joy and the spirit of the season." Says nothing says state indoctrination like telling kids that even Santa needs a permit.
Wow.
Crazy, love it.
So Rebel News in the area here. Rebel News has offered the first, I think it was the first 150 people to get a fine, like one of these $1,000 social distancing fines.
Yeah,
They offered to pay for the lawyer for the first 150 of those fines that got handed out.
really.
But I mean, it's crazy. Like, there's a guy in Montreal that got an $800 ticket because he he gave his restaurant leftovers to a homeless guy, and a bylaw officer saw it and wrote him up for that. There's that homeless guy in Melbourne, Australia, that broke curfew because he was living in his car.
This is the kind of stuff that I keep seeing my friends posting, and people I don't even know, just random people that are friends with me on Facebook. It's a Supreme Court says it won't hear the Trump's election fraud case against Pennsylvania until after the inauguration of Biden. Minutemen stand ready. It may be time again. And like, I'm like, holy crap! Like, you guys are crazy.
There's another post I saw on Facebook. Imagine a vaccine so safe you need to be threatened to take it.
Right.
Against a virus so deadly that you need to be tested to know you even have it. And I mean, come to think of it, there was 3 or 4 times this year, like, I cooked a meal, and I know I cooked it good, but when I sit down to eat it, it just tasted gross to me.
Right.
It wasn't a complete loss of taste, it was like a complete fuck up of my sense of taste.
Right.
So I'm wondering if I had a touch of COVID and then it went away.
Right. Because it doesn't treat it. Not everyone reacts to it the same way. Not everyone gets. Yeah.
And hell, there was people falling dead that felt good.
Right.
So I don't know. I'll worry about it if it fucks me up.
Right.
Can I say that?
You just keep smoking that. You keep smoking that sticky icky. You'll be fine.
Yeah. At least I won't get Alzheimer's.
Right. Right.
I'll lose my Skittles, but I won't get Alzheimer's. I had 11 listings all lined up here ready to go. I am now at my 2 hour and 50-minute mark. I'm on my second listing.
I've been sitting here cruising Facebook. I just enjoy talking to you, man. I really think a lot of you. I think you're a cool guy. There's been some nights that I'll be watching you and I'll fall asleep, listen to the sound of your machine in the back while you're talking to people in chat.
But in my defense, that one listing is listed on eBay for $145, and it's also listed on Amazon for $270.
Right.
So I'll make $145 in 3 hours. Why not? What the fuck was that? Sounded like something fell. Maybe I'm just tripping. I was gonna say something, I forgot what it was.
My kids are going to come in here and wake me up in the morning and try to get me out of bed to open up presents. You ever watch wrestling?
Not lately.
If you ever watch the old wrestling, like from the 80s, like Ric Flair, you know who he is?
Yeah.
There's a meme that says the teacher says every time Ric Flair woos, an angel gets its wings. And it's the woman and it's a scene in The Wonderful Life where the guy's hugging his wife and holding the little girl, but somebody superimposed Ric Flair's face over the guy's face. I love memes. I just love them. Second grade me walking into the school book fair with $7. Ted DiBiase's a cool dude. I've talked to him a couple times.
That was me. If I could get $7, you could get at least 2 books.
Right.
With $7. Yeah, there's that one.
Just imagine a vaccine. Yeah, so safe that you had to be threatened to take it. Yeah. And then for a disease so deadly, you have to be tested to know you have it. Yeah.
You probably saw that one.
Yeah, how could they? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they must be brainwashed. Yeah, I've said that. Freaking.
But really, when the Department of Homeland Security was created, you know who coined the term Department of Homeland Security? That was Hitler. Hitler was the first one to come up with that, with a Homeland Security, yeah.
Right. No, because they were very nationalistic.
To defend the homeland.
Right. You know, I definitely don't think there were too many winners in World War II, but you can always say that the people who win the wars writes the history. And Hitler was a horrible man, but if we can say we do owe a little bit of a debt of gratitude to him for fighting off Russia. Russia was getting ready to invade Europe, and he knew it. And when he invaded France uh, and Poland and Austria, that he knew that eventually he was going to have to fight them. And if they didn't, if Germany didn't weaken uh, Russia at that point, I don't know. I don't know what would have happened if Russia if a sound Russian government with millions of more troops could have came right in behind Germany, because they did. They exactly that's what they did is they came in and took Poland, most of Western Europe, and all the way up to Berlin. They had taken they had taken that much land. I mean, essentially, they had if they hadn't forced Russia to stop there, they would have came in and probably taken as much land in Europe as Germany had tried to take, and that wouldn't have been good at all. Um, it's just crazy how all that turned out. But he was an evil man, and Nazism is and fascism is definitely wrong. But as an American, I'm fairly nationalistic. I love America, um, but I'm also fond of other countries too that I think are really good countries. But um, I'm glad to be where I'm from, and it's just hard to believe that some countries they actually teach against that, like in their public schools and stuff like that. I'm like, I couldn't imagine. I grew up as a child that we said the Pledge of Allegiance, and country music was what I was raised on, and you know, a lot of that music is pretty nationalistic, and but I guess I can see where it leads to if you get too crazy with it.
Yeah.
It looks like it's probably, I don't know how many people are just say there's watching. It's probably about three. The last time I checked.
Well, when I put that, it was 5. Now it shows 6.
Yeah. Some people just like to, like, I'll go to sleep and listen to people on live stream. I'll put earbuds in and listen to you guys talk and fall asleep. And sometimes you're still talking if I get woke up or whatever. I listen to a lot of late night people who go on late at night. Heck, there's even some nights I listen to Tommy and Tracy. They do a pretty good show over there.
Yeah.
I've thought about on my YouTube channel. I think in January I'm going to pick a charity and give all of my YouTube ad revenue to that charity. Um, I was thinking about like one of the childhood cancer um, things. I'd um, I'd like to. I was talking to my wife, and we had talked about donating all of our ad revenue from 2021 each month. All of our just donating our AdSense money to a different charity every month. Um, and because just 2020 was just such a horrible year, I'd just like to do something really, really positive in 2021, which we don't make a bunch of money. Some months we'll make 150, some months we'll make $200. And I said that it would just be nice to, I've never been so glad for a year to get by. And then it would give people a reason to watch your channel. It tell people if you watch this channel that all of the all of the money that we make goes towards this charity, and it helps it helps out um, other people. And then I would really like to see some growth next year on YouTube. It would be it'd be great. I mean, we've got over almost 800 videos out, and it really is tough. YouTube is not easy to master.
No. Mind you, my channel has no direction. I just, one day when I was having fun, I decided to plug the camera in. That's pretty well how the ball got rolling.
Right.
Do I want to make money off my YouTube channel? As with making money with anything, it'd be nice if it happens, but I'm not going to go out of my way to make it happen.
Right. Like I couldn't imagine making the kind of money that like Harry Tornado. Josh said he made $10,000 in 1 month on YouTube. I'm like, oh my gosh, what in the world would you do with that kind of money? Just from one, because he's making about $3,000 or $4,000 a month. Excuse me, reselling online, and I'm like, oh, I'm making about $7,000 a month. I said I couldn't imagine making 17 grand a month. That's almost $200,000 a year.
Yeah.
You've got people like What the Hells that are probably making that much money just buying storage lockers and flipping them. I don't know what I've never seen John or Lonnie or Matt from Part Time Pickers. I've never really seen any of those individuals talk about how much they make, and they're some of the larger YouTubers. You got like Taco Stacks. He's pretty big. Craigslist Hunter. There's several really big YouTubers in this space. I've been working on a separate channel that's completely disassociated from reselling. Working on building up a second channel to see if things could be done easier in another space with what I've learned in this one. Because I think the reselling is kind of limited, but the space that I've picked is a lot. Let's just say there's a lot more of a fan base to it. It's not gaming or anything like that, but I am seeing a little bit of success. It actually I think that you can actually take what you learn from reselling, and if you learn how to do YouTube and you can see any success, that's why I said I don't understand why Josh doesn't like start another channel that's outside of reselling, because I think it would be so much easier for a guy with his kind of talent to make a ton of money on YouTube. Like doing a React channel. That's one of the channels that I've thought about doing, reacting to different stuff. I wanted to have a political channel, but YouTube suppressed all of that content, and they demonetized much of it. So you're just working for free when you do that.
But I saw quite a few of those React videos, and that, I don't know if I want to do it. It kind of makes me think about doing it.
Yeah,
I don't know if
there's some
that
funny
makes
stuff.
sense.
I thought
Yeah.
about doing. I did a couple React videos on my channel, reacting like where I'm in a member of a group called the eBay Thrifters, and people will get in there and they'll post these crazy messages from just crazy buyers. And I did a video where I react to those messages and be like, holy crap, I can't believe that, that's just absolutely insane that they're asking for this kind of thing or that kind of thing, or they're wanting this from people, or, and I did one that was reseller reacts to crazy buyers, um, and like reseller reacts to crazy questions or something like that. And they got like 500 views, 600 views or something like that on them, which, you know, isn't great, but it says full-time eBay reseller reacts to bad eBay buyers, and then the other one was like full-time reseller reacts to crazy, insane, and irritating buyer questions, and it's there's just some of the stuff that these people are getting is insane. Like even right now, some of the where's my item at? Why don't you just? I thought about doing one reacts to or thought about doing a eBay seller full-time eBay seller reacts to crazy eBay buyer shipping issues, and because people are like, why don't you just call up the distribution center and tell them that they need to forward my package? I'm like, do you understand that? Have you ever seen? I want to just be like, have you seen the end of Indiana Jones and the Lost Ark? Like that's probably what these distribution centers look like right now. Good luck finding your one package in a sea of packages. Hey Jody, how are you doing?
Hey, Jody. Get some pants on and click that link.
Get some pants on. You put pants on, Jody. Just pull your camera up a little bit.
I broke over $50 average selling price.
Nice.
$50.23. Forgot what I was looking for now.
Yeah, what's interesting is that I'd gained like 5 subs from that video that I put out, the reseller reacts to angry buyers. And I think that if I worked a little bit harder on my thumbnails and came up with a little bit better title, that they would probably do a little bit better as well.
That's what I was. Sorry.
No, what were you gonna say?
Well, that's what I was thinking of. But I was going to do that as a truck driver. Like, react to those dash cam compilations.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be a good react. Yeah.
Because I could, as a professional driver, I can see that shit coming before the camera reacts to it, right?
Right.
And it seems people nowadays are trying to hit the horn before they hit the brakes.
Right.
And like there's like I even came across a few compilation videos that really made me mad because it was like bad truck driving and shit like that, and it was the entire compilation. It was the car that caused that accident, every single one.
Right.
And like I was yelling at my I was yelling at my monitor.
Right. Yeah.
You're allowed to move out of the way. Like you're allowed to go outside your lane to prevent an accident.
Right. What would be really funny would be reseller or no, like a truck driver reacts to stupid what do you call like somebody that's driving a regular vehicle, like
Stupid four-wheeler.
yeah, there you go, yeah, or something like that, yeah, because you see those guys all the time dicking around with you truck drivers out there, and I'm like, give them the road, give them the way, and let them do what they got to do. I'm one of the guys that flashes my lights so that or hits my brake light so a truck can come around, and then flashes my lights to let them know they're far enough ahead of me, just to be respectful, because I don't want to be hit by a semi. Um, I was almost sandwiched in between two of them in Atlanta, Georgia, one time. That's the worst place I've ever drove in my life.
They win
Yeah,
every
every time,
time.
every time.
And it really is a bad feeling too, like as a driver, where you hit the brakes, and right when you do it, you know it's not going to do any good. You're just hitting
Right.
the brakes as a reaction, like it's just pure instinct reaction is all it's doing. Like you're not going to stop for another mile and a half.
I remember my dad used to
But
drive it. My dad drove a train, and he thought the train was reacting funny one time, and he didn't. And he just couldn't shake it. He just says it felt funny. It was vibrating funny. So he got out of the pilot seat and he walked out into the front of the train and looked down, and there was some dude in the taxi cab screaming top of his lungs because he was attached to the front of his train. He tried beating the train across the tracks, and well, there you go.
yeah. Two listings done.
Good job.
Out of 11 that I was going to do. I was going to show you this too. This color is called Silk Rainbow. And
Oh,
it
nice.
actually changes color throughout the filament, and like it goes back and forth. That's how it's loaded on the spool, and you can kind of see the gradual shift
Yeah.
in color, and then it just repeats itself over and over and over again. So like if you had a piece that took, a half the roll of filament, it looked pretty impressive. But it's got that kind of metallic sheen to it. And this is cheap Chinese junk, so we'll see how good it lasts, how good it performs.
You order it from like overseas and have it shipped in, or
This last was just a bunch from Amazon.
oh, okay.
Yeah. Ding! Oh shit, 2 a.m. It's happy hour!
Time for another hit.
What a great idea! My English teacher in high school was like that. He'd be like, what a great idea! And he'd do that especially every time someone asks, are we going to have a test on that? Then he'd be like, what a great idea! And he'd open up the drawer in his desks and hand out a test.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah! We, we, it didn't take long for us to not ask that anymore. And yeah, towards the end of it, you'd walk up to his desk, you could smell cherry whiskey. So he had something other than herbal tea in his mug. He always said it was herbal tea, but it smelled like a mix between green tea and cherry whiskey. Should I ghost it? There you go.
Ta-da!
Yeah. I was like the. Oh, give me a second. My last job I had, everybody smoked. I was the only non-smoker there. And I was talking about it with a couple of guys. And he's like, you know how much secondhand smoke we give off? You should be buying us a pack of smokes once in a while. And I went, you know what, you tobacco smoking pussies, if you'd hold your hoots in like a real man, I wouldn't have this issue, would I?
Something that I found on doing videos, I think that there's something to premiering your videos. I think that it helps with like viewer retention. I just can't figure out what it takes to get pushed out into the algorithm to frickin' pick up your to get picked up in the algorithm. Like I put this video out, I think like yesterday sometime, and I got like 300 views on it. And I made $2.81 on it so far. It's been out for about a day. But I did a premiere on it, and I'd never seen this graph before, but it shows that we had like 21 people watching it at one time. But the retention on this video is like pretty high. It's like almost 60%, 57.2%. And the average view duration on 11-minute video is 6 minutes and 25 seconds, which is pretty good. I've had some that were as high as 67%. I haven't really had anything I don't think I've ever had anything in the 70%. But like I just wonder, like some of the videos that like I do, like I have one video that I put out that is on the monolithic Stonehenge down in Georgia. It's the I can't remember what they call them down there. There's some kind of tablets, big tablets, and that's actually being found in the search function on YouTube. People are searching for them. Like it comes up like we've got almost 5,000 views on that video, and I just like the YouTube search. Like here, like I can never get that high. I don't know if it's because I'm not using the right keywords or what. I don't know. What you gonna say, Noah? Yeah, the Georgia Guidestones. That's it. But getting your impressions up and getting your views from impressions, like this has almost a 7.6% click through rate, and I'm just like, daggum, what does it take to get a video to get pushed out and get suggested? And it's interesting. Like there's a couple of paid classes that I talked to my wife. I said that I think I'm going to take and try to figure out how to do the video stuff a little bit better, because I sure would love to see some more money coming in from YouTube. If I can make $1,000 a month, I'd be happy. Like on that video that I put out, they are selling, like for some reason, like just in the first hour, or the first day, like 83% of it was for my subscribed viewers, and only 16.2% of the watch time was from people that were not subscribed, which most of my videos are about 50-50. That's really weird because that's really a lopsided number there. Getting in these analytics is really interesting. There's so much information that they give you now.
Yeah. Have
Like my,
you looked into morning fame?
I've used it before, and I just could not. I couldn't figure it out um, to become successful with it.
Make it worth it.
Yeah, I used TubeBuddy to
Gotcha.
do keyword research, and I kind of look at other YouTube channels and see what trending topics are really popular, and then I kind of do those topics myself, um, or try to make a video. Like I did a shipping video on tips on how to make sure your items get delivered faster. Things that I do personally, like prepackaged items, get things out quicker, um, upgrade shipping services, under promise, over deliver, just different ideas that people can do to get things out there quicker. And
Yeah.
and that video did okay. But Merry Christmas, lurker. But I seen one person do a video and they got like freaking same style of video and got like 6,000 views on that video, and I'm like, well, dadgum, I would definitely love to, but a lot of it has to do with your titles. It's getting the right keywords in there. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Words in the description match the words in the title. Does the thumbnail match
Right.
the terms that are in the title? And
What's
does
really
words in the
interesting
title show up in the thumbnail?
What's really interesting is the idea that the AI, the YouTube algorithm, that when it transcribes your text into closed captioning, that's where it really starts getting an idea of what your video's about, and it starts serving that video based upon what you say inside that video. Like if you
Yeah.
talk about stuff, um, it's really interesting, and that's the reason why sometimes people say that I think that sometimes people say that live shows hurt your YouTube channel, and I think the reason why is because sometimes a live conversation goes in many different places, and it makes it kind of hard for the algorithm to serve your video up to the right audience.
Yeah.
And it's pretty cool. It's pretty interesting. Google knows their shit, man. They're pretty smart.
Yeah. Like, if someone leaves your video, leaves the live show, all the algorithm sees is someone left. And
Right.
I imagine it would frown upon that stat alone rather than what was it that made this person leave your live show.
Right. But the neat thing is now is with pre-recorded content that you upload is that it will actually show where there's dips. It'll show like in your content, like let me find one of my videos that
Yeah.
it'll show
Yeah,
like, yeah, like the one that I was just showing, it was pretty straight across. The first dip was at the very beginning.
Yeah, where in the video people are leaving
And sometimes I'm like, why are they leaving there? What is it that made them leave right there?
yeah.
Some of these, because I've been testing some different ideas, so some of my video analytics are just trash on some of these videos because it's just stuff that I'd never done before. I think a lot of the content, like in the reselling community, is making content like 3 steps to become a better eBay seller, and then you hit those 3 steps and you give advice, and then you kind of you kind of scoot away from that. Like that's not it. Trying to find the. I see a lot of that content doing really, really well right now. And that's a.
Yeah.
I don't know. You put a lot of work into it, and it's pretty interesting. Oh man, it's 3:00.
$37 hours to go.
Oh my gosh. My lordy.
That's just at this piece. Mind you, I'm making it pretty dense, so when you're holding the whole thing, there's some weight to it. So that I think I'm using 80% infill. So
Right.
it's a lot of plastic there. I think this Space Needle is 50% all the way up, and then 10% on the top here. Keep the center of gravity low. This is supposed to have a functional slide.
No. That will be awesome when it's done.
Yeah, the file name said Desert Eagle 6th scale with moving parts.
Is it a 1-to-1 ratio?
It was 6th scale, so what
Oh,
I did
okay.
is I increased, I scaled it up 325% to make the barrel 6 inches long.
Okay.
So it's the 6-inch version.
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Have you ever are you guys allowed
It
to have
looks-
handguns like that size in Canada? Have you ever shot a Desert Eagle before?
No.
No. I've seen them at gun shows and stuff and held them, but man, I'd love to shoot one.
Yeah,
I was-
I've just shot your typical farm guns, your 22, your 12 gauge, your 410,
Yeah.
and the 270.
Yeah. I
It's
own a
time to get some
9.
food.
I own 2 9s. I own a 40. I own a 32. I own an AR-15. I own a shotgun. I own a Nagant, a Mosin Nagant, and a couple 22s. And I don't have any rifles because I don't hunt. And
Sorry.
no, you're fine. What was you gonna say?
Like you heard about that shooting in Nova Scotia?
Yeah.
You know what Trudeau's solution to that was?
What's that?
He added 1,500 assault-style firearms to the banned list.
Oh my gosh. What happens when they?
It gets better, John. One of those guns on the banned list is a Ruger 1022.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Hey, that's something.
That's ridiculous.
That's supposed to fix the problem. He just bans the scary looking guns.
Well, what's crazy is that they want to, they want to, man. I think that if they
Uh,
disarm North America, if they disarm North America, that's the only thing that's keeping China from invading is the fact that there's enough firearms that we can have our Canadian brothers come down and we can put guns in their hand. It's like if China comes over here kicking around, you come down here and bring a couple guys with you. We can get you guys armed up pretty quick.
yeah. It's like they think that these crimes are being committed with registered firearms.
Or they think they're being committed by people who give a shit about whether or not the firearms legally obtained, or whether or not, it's the same thing over in Britain. They,
Yeah.
they were shooting each other, then they took the guns away, and then they started stabbing each other. Then they made pointy knives illegal. It's like you don't see the problem as humans, not guns, not we threw rocks at each other, and then we picked up sticks, and then we learned how to make bronze, and then we, you know, learned how to make steel, and then we learned how to make gunpowder. It's that's the thing, man. It's what's inside of us that makes us do those things.
Yeah.
There was I really enjoy talking, to a lot of the Canadian people because they understand. They understand. A lot of you guys understand. I was talking to a guy from Australia the other day on another channel, and the dude spelt out the word gun. He says, I said, man, I said, I wouldn't want to go to Australia because you guys got all them poisonous spiders and snakes and everything else over there. And he goes, you guys are, I can't do an Australian accent very well, but he's like, you guys are really, you know, you think you got it bad over here. He says, but you guys got those, those GUNSs. And I'm like, did this dude just spell out guns? I'm like, I'm like, holy cow. I'm like, I'm like, I was like, what do you do? I told him, I said, you realize that you're just a hop, skip, and jump away from China. I said, when China goes to invade other countries, you're high up on that list. I'm not gonna say Australia's like number one, but you're pretty high. You're gonna be waving that communist Chinese flag. And it's because you guys don't have guns. You can't protect your borders.
Yeah.
And
I
that's
think I think China's gonna do something here, because
for sure.
for about
No, turn that down,
since
please, son.
about two since about 2008, Chinese scrapyards have been popping up like cancer all over the world.
Yeah, they've been
Just
they've been
small,
yeah.
and they've been hoarding the world's scrap metal. But not too long ago, they stopped buying copper. So they got enough copper for whatever they got planned.
Right. Right. And what do you make out of copper?
Uh,
Yeah, exactly. They quit buying brass. We know it's about ready to kick off. They got plenty of copper and plenty of brass. And I think that's one of the things is I think Trump realizes a lot of this stuff, and I think he realizes it a lot more right now than he does. Um, and I think that as soon as he's out of office, that they'll have him off Twitter so quick, his head will spin. I said, just
yeah,
tell us aliens are real. Tell us that aliens are real, and that just everything, Bigfoot's real. Like declassify everything, like just across the board. Oh no, turn that down, please.
yeah.
My son's over there awake now. He took a nap, so he's over there watching YouTube. And I'm like, if I can hear it in my headphones, I know everyone that's watching can hear it too. And nobody wants to hear that nonsense.
Yeah,
Yep.
there's like Trump isn't the right guy to be in that seat. But, for everyone who's come up and stood in line in the last 8, 10 years, he's the only He's the best guy qualified to do the job.
Yeah, he's right now as far as the who I would love to see as president would probably be Rand Paul. Like he's one of our very conservative. His dad was a famous libertarian, and he he was in 2012. He was on stage with all of the Democrats and the Republicans, and he was running as a Republican for president, or he's sitting on the stage with all the other Republicans, and he told them, he says, "I'll challenge any of you to a race right now." He says, he essentially said, "Let's go outside and see who's the most physically fit," because he was a little bit older than to be running for president, and they were making that a point. And but the dude is just amazing, and Rand Paul's pretty amazing too. But I can tell you on the Democrat side that there's like Gabby Tulsard or whatever. I've been seeing some stuff come out of her. I'm like, "Ooh, girl, you on the wrong side." I think that I think that you two, you're not progressive enough for the Democrats. You need to come over to the Republicans, and we'll run you as president fodder in 2024 because she's an ex-military, a female, you know, got seems to have pretty good moral standards, and I'm like, you need to be and you need to be the front runner. I don't know how Joe Biden was their first pick to be president of the United States. Like what meeting were they in that where they go, "Hey, we're gonna pick this guy." But well, buddy, I'm gonna hop
It's
off
all,
here
it's
and
all, it's
I'm gonna
almost
go to
like
bed.
he wanted to turn. It's almost like he wanted to term in office just so he could get free security the rest of his life.
He's
At
80
his,
something years old during or is
at
that
his,
late 70s. I don't think he's
at his
got that much
house.
life left to live. He was vice
Yeah.
president. I just think that I don't know. I think he's a Trojan horse for Kamala Harris, but I don't want to get into all that. But I'm going to go to bed because I got to be up in a little bit to open up these presents with these boys. So
Yeah, you've been yawning quite a bit.
I know I am. But you have a Merry Christmas, brother. And I
You
can't
too,
wait to
man.
see that Desert Eagle when it's done. That's going to be awesome. You have a good night, man.
You too, dude.
Bye.
There's a good start. I want details. Hey, Kathy. What? Why? Ooh. What happens next? What happens next? I can't wait. Neither can my cat. I'll be right back. Come here. Go put my headphones on so I can hear all the people that aren't talking to me. Backroad Bitter. Thanks for stopping in. And a Merry Christmas to you. Part-time reseller on eBay and a booth at a local indoor flea market. Favorite way to source is live household auctions. Nice. I'm no expert, but I'm honest and I'll show you my successes and my failures. Huh. I think I'm number 125. Yeah. Hey, I know all about lag. My internet's almost 3/4 of a second on a good day. I never complain about lag. Magpies being testy. Well, my magpies are behaving themselves because they know they're on their last power line. Because when Starlink is available in my area, I am signing up with them. It does work north of me, like higher latitudes, so because they do have Starlink service in Pakanjicum. I don't think they have natural gas service from house to house. Hell, they don't even have a paved road to that town. So Starlink internet for them is a pretty big deal. Testy magpies. The magpies would explain would explain the clatter on the roof. Actually, they do raise quite a clatter. No pun intended. Yeah. It has a pretty good ring so far, Kathy. I'm not ignoring you. I'm waiting. That's pretty cool. I'm enjoying it. But I can imagine if you're on the phone, it's a pain in the ass to tell a story by text on the phone. That's why you hit that little microphone and just talk. Three listings. Hey, Clay, Merry Christmas to you. It's warm, actually, for this time of year. -5, so about 25 degrees. Hey, Tommy. Merry Christmas, man. Merry Crackmas, Bumcrack. Well, yeah. I, yeah, I hear you. Ooh, kitchen playset. What fun. Magpiemus. A whole bunch of stuff. It's just me and him. He whines a bit, I whine a bit, you know. Is it the air? Is it fan noise here? Or just the sound of production? Yeah, it's just a 3D printer. What are you printing, you ask? Oh, I thought I was being a wise ass, and here you actually asked it when I wasn't looking. But, there's the start of it. I think everybody knows what that is. Almost. If you don't, it's a Desert Eagle. Scale size, like there's my hand with it. 6-inch barrel. Printing, making, it's all the same. Hey, you know, deep down, everybody is their own 3D printer. Will it work when done? No. It will not function as a firearm. You know how legal that'd be? I'm Canadian, man. It is supposed to have a movable slide. You should be able to actuate the slide. So that's the only thing that works on it. It's just cool shit. Something to go with that. And all the other stuff I've been making. I do have to show off my fidget spinner though. The thing is pretty cool. I'm getting a lot of mileage out of this little guy. Yeah, Clay, that impressed me too, is how realistic that shine turned out. Like it's black filament, but in the light it looks gunmetal gray. And it's with 80% infill, so it'll feel pretty solid. Now, how long is it going to take? It's got 36 hours and 5 minutes to go. And no, it will not be done on this live. That's not happening. I think one time I did a 9-hour live, and I was dead for 3 days after that. Even my cat was like, alright dude, you're sleeping way too much. There is, like, you can get carbon fiber filament, and then you can get plans to print it out and then make an operational weapon. From what I've read on it, that's pretty illegal. Material you use. No, it's not expensive at all. For me to get it to my door is about 30 bucks, 35 bucks Canadian. So what's that, 25 to 28 bucks US? Right in there. And it's just over 2 pounds worth of filament. And that'll last quite a while. I think the quickest I went through a roll of filament was, I think it was 5 days. Between 4 and 5 days. And that's straight printing. The biggest expense with the clay is the printer itself. As a home consumer, I probably would not spend the $1,200 to buy this machine. It fell on my lap at a garage sale for 200 bucks, and it came with 9 rolls. So I figure if it didn't work, I'd get my 200 bucks back in the filament, and I can post an electronics and aluminum scrapping video and post that to my channel. Win-win. There's actually a really neat story of how I got the printer going. It's on my channel somewhere. It's not labeled. It's one of the earlier lives. Earlier late shows. But the conversation in the chat was starting, it was getting political, and then it was starting to cross the threshold into unreasonable. Like just the nonsense, the stupid nonsense was getting unreasonable, and I was trying to stop it. So I just said, does anybody know anything about 3D printers? And one of the viewers, quite a few of you know him well, Steve Hancock, Judgment Care USA. He goes, well, I gave a friend of mine a link to the live stream. He knows 3D printers like the back of his hand. He'll come on in a minute and show you. I was not expecting that. I was like, well, okay, cool. So I pulled up the program that the 3D printer uses, shared the screen, and this dude walked through making it work. His name's Jeff. Last name starts with a K. But that was really cool. It's really cool how the YouTube community was able to network together, and I just didn't want the conversation in the chat to continue in the direction it was going. I think Jennifer was there, actually. I think you were there that day. Well, you're here every day, but there's actually a lot of people in the chat that day. I don't know what I did to deserve so many people. I must have been handing out free maple syrup or something. Hey, Susie. Merry Christmas. Have yourself a good day, Clay. Thanks for stopping in. Merry Christmas to you. It's funny how you can't access the reviews that mention assembly when you're standing in the store. It's only after it's wrapped in some kind of foil paper and put under some kind of fake tree. And then you can get those reviews. Or maybe after that magic foil, it's the foil. Because as soon as you break the foil, you get access to all the reviews. Ha! I'm going to make my own algorithm. Defeat their algorithm. I'm working on a listing. I'm not working on changing the world. Not right now. In case anyone is wondering. You know, it's fun when you get flat pack furniture and that none of the pieces have that little number on them, the sticker, and none of the holes are drilled, so none of the pictures resemble any of the pieces. 7.5 more minutes and I'm going to bed. Anybody keeping track how much time went by that I didn't say anything? I'm kind of interested, but not really. Or did everybody fall asleep? "86 minutes. Well, no, I mean in Canadian time. It was 20 anyway, come on. I tried. Just couldn't keep my mouth shut. My mother told me that for years. Nobody's been jealous. I don't think anybody's been jealous of me being able to stay quiet for so long. What are you jealous about? Merry Christmas, Myra. We just passed the bong around. You just missed it. My niece said I have to make her one. The picture quality kind of sucks, but I made her one. Can't really see that, but that's just a single pink bead right in the middle. Well, that's a little clearer. And lanyards are banned in school, but I made it just small enough where it won't go around her head. So she can take her lanyard to school. Yeah, Myra, it was either make her a keychain or get her the iPhone, whatever the hell it is. I'll spend $3 worth of beads. And she was upset I sold her radios. I had a, it was, it wasn't the FRS radio, it was the one step higher than that. I think it's called the either the GFRS or GPRS, something like that. But I had a set of 3 with a 3-slot charger. Picked it up at a garage sale for $20. Sold it for $90 shipped. She was mad that I sold them. Because she liked to hang out in my eBay room with me in the office and they'd chat on the radios. Strung together with love and fireline. I usually use 8-pound line, but where I buy it, they only have the 6-pound line in the crystal. And I use 8-pound smoke line. When the outside beads are darker, I use the smoke, and when the outside beads are lighter, I use the light. Hides the string. I went over my 5-hour mark. "35 hours for that to go, but I'm gonna nap." Gianna? Someone in the jewelry making community, I take it. I actually missed the deadline because at the whatever, it was a while ago. It was like 10 minutes ago. Had a bong rip and I lost track of time. It happens. Time slipped into the abyss. Got 5 more listings on in that silence, so it wasn't a complete waste. It was a productive silence. Myra, check this out. That's my new fidget widget. Came all the way from Wuhan province. Actually, I think it came from Shenzhen. 3D is working on a Desert Eagle. I got that so far. Not operational. But apparently the slide is supposed to work. That's what the model said, was movable slide. So that'd be pretty cool if that worked. But I might just use an entire tube of glue and just glue it all together all solid. And I think another project will be the 4 stones from the 5th element. I'm going to pick up some sand filament. And I want a space shuttle too. So I'm going to make a space shuttle and probably a Titan rocket. And something fancy out of that stuff. You can kind of see it has a silk shine to it. Not sure what my video quality's like. It's been okay lately. Yes, I did. It was obviously done in multiple steps. He kind of made it so it would screw apart or together, but it wobbled, so I glued it together. 35 inches high. 35 and change. I got family in Seattle, so that's actually one. That's actually the most cherished piece I got, actually. Yeah. It was 120 hours to print, and the printer pretty well ran around the clock. I even had the furnace turned up to keep the entire house warm, to keep the drafts down, and holy. Between parts, it was just enough time for the bed to cool off so the parts would pop free. So it was right around 120 hours, give or take an hour, plus or minus an hour, just on printing. And then it was, I think I painted it in 3 hours. Say 4 hours? 124 hours. Ha! There's your answer. Temperature check. -6 Celsius. I'm gonna say 25. Hey Google. Hey Google. Convert -6 Celsius to Fahrenheit. I was way off. 21. But it's actually it's actually quite warm. Yeah, the coolest part, I think, was actually seeing the look on my mom's face when she saw it. That made it worth it. -7 Fahrenheit in Minnesota. Yeah, that's chilly. That when February rolls around, and early March, usually first week in March, we'll get a cold snap. -40, -45. Last winter, we had one day it was -61. The coldest place on earth. There's one day a couple of years back, Kinsella was the coldest place on earth for a day. It was in the -60s. I tell you, when your truck goes, go fuck yourself, then you know you gotta just brew some tea. Just brew some tea and stay home. Like God, I'm only 37. I don't want to work in the winter anymore. I kind of like the setup I got right now. Just give her shit in the summertime. Cliff assembled his Space Neater, oh my. It was a wobbly erection. Some of the pieces that went inside the other pieces, the hole was too big, so there wasn't any friction to hold it there, so I had to glue some other spots. Oh, BCP, you have no idea the angst I went through in this erection. I'll show you the... Just kind of see that space in there. Little bit of light. It's supposed to be snug. You like that, BCP? Problems with the erection and the paint splattered everywhere? Okay, I'm done. I'm done with that. And you know something, I'm probably not going to print up a CN tower or a Calgary tower because they look very similar. And this is actually double the size of the model too. It was crazy. Well, see, the Calgary Tower has less character. If you want to call it that. Hey, wrong button. Well, that'd be easy to print. I've got red, black, and white filament. I wouldn't even need to paint that. Let's change the filament out at the perfect time. We can see what I mean though. They look almost the same, but the Calgary Tower doesn't have any character in it, in its design. Even though it's the exact same concept as the Space Needle. It's got an observation deck and it's got a restaurant that rotates. That is a reservations only, even though you can never get reservations. Have a Merry Christmas, Myra. Now, see, the CN Tower is equally not exciting. It's pretty basic. Well, I don't know, that's an impressive model actually. What are those outlets? Were they 4 inches? 4.5 inches high? 3 anyway. This is the CN Tower, Susie. The CN Tower in Toronto. If you're not aware. And he's got a dinosaur model there too. That clipboard is labeled staff info. This dude's 3D printing at the office? What are you doing? Oh yeah, same thing. You just build it in pieces. See, I didn't do it with the Space Needle, but what I would like to do with this color changing filament is to be able to, if all the pieces of the model are set up in the same direction, so it prints all in the same direction, it'd be quite a bit easier. Because you just print the base and then you print the next one up and then the next one up and you just carry on. And then when you fit the model together, all the color phases are all uniform. Yeah. Looking on eBay for a complete one. But anyway. Yeah, I couldn't do that with the Space Needle because a couple of the pieces were upside down. So once you put the model together, the color changes wouldn't have matched, and it would have bugged the best of us. See, this is where stuff gets impressive when you start putting in lights. Like that whole smoke plume is hollow. He has lights in it. Which is cool as hell. That's another one I'm going to look at doing, but it's going to be a gift. That top part, there's a motor in there. All the parts in it, like he's got a list of all the parts he used. There's a 3 p.m. Yeah, there's a 3 p.m. motor in there. There's a 3 RPM motor at the top of that. And at the base, he's got slots to fit business cards. But I know a Ford fan that would absolutely love to have that sitting on their kitchen counter. Rotating away, all majestic. Think he'll mind? I don't think he'll mind. Are you swearing, Tommy? You know how I worry. I don't want to worry about you, man. Look at the size of that thing. Just in... I know there's no sound. I've got the sound off. Don't want to deal with it. Just in case he's got an annoying voice. I have no idea if he has an annoying voice. I just don't have any interest in dialogue. I want pictures, I want crayons, and I want Skittles. I don't want to talk. Yeah, that sign's got to be a foot wide. Who is this guy? Channel name is Home Show. I might as well give proper attributions. On Thingiverse, it's Todd's World. What on earth? Heat wave. Mini floor stands. Out of order. You could put a sign up on your desk, be back in 5 minutes. Heat wave typeface. Do I have any idea what they're talking about? Anyway, what was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, be back in 5 minutes. Whenever I wanted to go on coffee break when I was working in an office setting, I actually had a small program on my computer which, if you remember back in the Windows 98 days, just that progress bar that would slowly go across. Well, I made a program at the time that would mimic a progress bar and just say updates being installed. And I can set that time to whatever I was in the mood for. So I could just have that sitting up on the screen, and then I'd be sitting in the coffee room chatting with the accountant because she was cute. But anyway, that's not the point of the story. It was pretty handy. Because the boss had come by the cuticle. That's an even scarier story. The boss had come by the cubicle, and she would see on my computer the updates being installed. She figured it was legit, because everything looked Windows 98, so. We're going to swearing. Most impressive item I've seen printed. Oh, Susie. So that probably can translate into the most impressive anything, whether by hand or by machine. Most impressive thing printed by machine. That could be almost anything. What is that? I'm drawing a blank on what they're called. God, I feel like such an idiot. But it's that just that spike that sits up, and where the shadow moves is what time it is. I know what it's called, but yeah, they 3D print houses now, for crying out loud. They set up the gantry, like all that framework, like you see there. They set all that stuff up outside the dimensions of your house, and the thing just goes nuts. Like, that's messed up and impressive at the same time. Sundial. Ha! Yes. I saw a sundial where it is that spike, but it's kind of curved. And there's... I'll just go like this. It was just kind of set up and then curved like that. And it had holes drilled in it. But wherever the sun was, it would shine through the holes, and it would actually project the time in digital format on the tabletop. This little scrap of shit, I cannot get that kind of precision out of it. As you can see, as you saw by that guy. I'm at about the highest level of precision that I've ever got out of this thing. I'm going to try to print a lithoplane. Lithoplane or lithograph? Quick, what's the difference? Because I know there's a difference. But if my camera can pick it up, it even does stuff, like you can see those ridges, those are deliberate. But both in between, there we go. You can see below that, the wiggle finger there, after that last ridge, there's all those little ridges that go vertical. That's because it's shaking slightly as it goes around the corner. It's really obvious there. Right on the back there. And don't worry about that. That was actually me coming quite close to jamming a metal Scotty peeler in my palm. That kind of, it made me sit up straight for a second. But if I can, I am in the market for a new printer because this is old technology. This guy, and I really dislike the brand. Unless I can send it over to Bumcrack and he could ship it over to me cheaper than they can, for crying out loud. Because I'm sure you know of a method that's a little cheaper than UPS Worldwide Super Saver, which is their cheapest option they offer. It is kind of cool that it's at my door in 4 days. If Worldwide Super Saver and then like a Worldwide Priority, but it's like 150. It's like fucking double. That's crazy. And all I need's a nozzle, man. Universal parts don't work. Now I'm just bitching. I'm sorry. That'll never happen again this hour. Oh, and look at the time, folks. I'm gonna have to listen to that on replay. I bet that sounds cool. Or completely repulsive, I'm not sure. Yeah, BCP. I don't even... I don't even know, I'm not sure if you have ever been present in the discussion whenever I talked specifically about it. But you may have, since you named the goddamn thing, come to think of it. But from Felix in the Netherlands, a nozzle is $4.09 Canadian. If I only needed one, it would still be $75 Canadian for shipping, minimum, for the cheap option. And then it'll be another $14 for tariffs, for international trade. Nonsense. I wonder what they'd do if every company in the world just marked their customs forms as a warranty replacement or a gift. And they'd probably do it like what USPS is doing with everybody sending everything media mail. And I can't find standard nozzle spray. Okay, I'm going to stop bitching about it. Heard a weird sound, but I think it was just how my voice resonated with the printer at a certain time. Oh well. Aha! Yeah. So you know all about it. And then the other option is apparently Felix USA. But some of the pictures look like, I don't know, Tommy's youngest designed it. I got a hiccup that won't hiccup. And it's not even coming up right now, so maybe they don't exist. It was just really ridiculous, some of their pictures. And it wasn't even anywhere near 2 kilograms, my man. It was... I think the most expensive, the heaviest one was a new extruder with new barrel wiring kit and a sticker for the build plate. Yeah. It wouldn't have even come up to 1 kilogram. With packaging, it may have broke 1 kilogram. No. Not even. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I made up my mind. Well, here I am bitching up a storm, and I just found a website out of Houston, Texas that sells parts for it. Well, look at me. You're going to watch me. Well, you're not going to be able to see it. But you're going to see me bookmark this shit. So I know there. So I can see it. And those are probably US prices. Kinda steep. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. There's not no $75 shipping from Houston, Texas, I tell you that. Done. That is crazy how that happened. I'm looking for this bullshit website that I'm bitching to you about. And here I go find something legit. Well, I'm high too, so you gotta factor that into it. Like, I'm not even in the mood to bitch. I just want to have some M&Ms and watch cartoons before they ban all the good ones. Damn, they got drive wheels, they got everything. They got the kit and the caboodle. They even got the kit to put the kit and the caboodle together. That's awesome. That is so cool. Well, I'm just sitting here like the shit turned purple and smells of rainbow sherbet. Flexible build plate. Damn you guys. 4 to 4.1. Don't worry, folks, I'm just shopping. God, that's all I need is to be shopping right now. Y'all want to see the hot end I got? Y'all want to see my hot end? How many people stopped what they're doing and looked at the screen? Half curious, half scared. And it even has a goofy nozzle size. You can go back to the playset, Tommy. I just wanted to drop that. No, these nozzles are $4 from Netherlands, but they're $18 US from Texas. So they're closer to $25. That's way too much. That's way too much. I should get into making nozzles. That's actually not. I lied like crazy. That is not anything like mine. What? It just doesn't exist now. Huh. But anyway, I was only going to go to 5 hours, and here I am at 5 hours and 47 minutes. I am now in an incredibly good mood because I found a closer, more economical place to get parts for 3D. But I am also going to bed. So it is good to see all of you again. The 3 of you that are here. Good luck with that thing, Tommy. Best of luck finding videos online. Even though you probably checked 3 times and thrown your phone twice. But Merry Christmas to all of you. And we'll talk to